of international cooperation to enhance synergies. We have with us Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Vice Chancellor of Pune University, Professor Nitin Karmarkar, sir, esteemed panelists who are going to be speaking today through the day. We are also joined here in the university by the Registrar, Professor Pawarji, the Finance Officer, Atul Patankar, sir, Deans of Science and Technology and Management and Commerce, Professor Karkar and Professor Chaskar with us. We're also joined with us by Professor Prabhakar Desai here. So this is a team of about 5-6 people sitting here in the Pune University. They will be deliberating throughout the day on the proceedings of whatever we will be speaking today and hearing and listening from the powerful speakers. To put the context of why we are here today, we just had a small chat on what's happening on the COVID perspective. The world is becoming borderless. We are also seeing that education is becoming pan-world. And this brings us to this important topic that we are going to be speaking on, which is international cooperation to enhance synergies. If we look at the backdrop and what's happened at the government level, we've seen that government has taken a lot of initiatives in the last 5 years, be it through the GAN initiative, be it through the Spark initiative, which were all aimed to tap the talent of foreign academics to improve the competitiveness of the Indian systems. Programs such as the Institute of Eminence have been focusing on creating world-class teaching and research institutions. Fortunately, we're also in the league for that. Hopefully, we should get that particular status as the University of Pune. Also, very important thing that has happened in last couple of days in 2020 has been the new education policy. And new education policy has been fostering and speaking about internationalization. And in internationalization, most of the important aspect that have been focused in this particular policy is how do we create low-cost quality education to attract international students? How do we simplify the visa processes? How do we look at additional funds for Indian universities so that these universities become very, very attractive for international students? It is also speaking of the aspect of twinning international research partnerships and more MOUs. It is also speaking of the global immersion programs, public-private universities that meet certain specific criteria would also be allowed to open campuses other than India. And at the same time, there is a talk of about 100 top universities, select few would start their offices and their campuses in India. With this backdrop that we have, the 4 themes that have been identified for today's program is collaborative strategies for international donors and sponsors. Obviously, when we speak of the aspect of the funding and money to come into the institutions, very important thing that we need to think of is the international donors and sponsors. We're speaking on the second theme, which is higher education, and how do we look at the corporate social responsibilities? How do we look at the community engagement? How do we look at bringing in fund from those aspects? Third important topic that we're going to be speaking on today is networks, platforms, and knowledge management to advance the cooperation. And fourth, which is the last session that we have today, is how do we use knowledge, technology, and innovation to promote collaborations. And we are really fortunate today. We have a powerful 16 speakers who will be speaking on these topics today. And with the inaugural session and the valedictory session, the total count of speakers goes to 21 today, which is a vibrant, knowledgeable gathering of people who will be speaking on this important topic. We've been chosen by AIU to take up this initiative on behalf of them. And this will convert into a report which will go to UNESCO as an India paper. Thank you, Mittal Madam, for having chosen Savitribai Phule Pune University to front-end this first of its webinar, consultative webinar that we are going to be doing today. I will request Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pune University, Professor Nitin Karmarkar, sir, to give his remarks on the theme, that is international cooperation to enhance synergy. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Apurva Madam, and good morning to every one of you, those who are present for the inauguration session. Of course, in the introductory remarks, she has already mentioned about how this workshop has been organized. It is basically under the auspices of Association of Indian Universities and the Secretary General, Dr. Mittal. In fact, I am very grateful to her that she gave us the opportunity to start the first bit. There are, I believe, some 10 bits been identified, and we are working on one of them. And incidentally, University of Pune, although a state university, but at any given time, there is a footprint of about 1,500 odd foreign students coming from 102 different countries. And it's been a very vibrant sort of a process wherein we take care of everything, right from their visa process to their accommodation and everything. And to a great extent, the very presence of those people to a great extent brings in a cultural exchange, altogether different sort of a understanding about various different cultures in different parts of the world. Although a state university, but we've been doing a couple of programs with international universities as such. The blended BSc program that we run, along with the Melbourne University, basically, in 5 different subject areas of science, and wherein the ICER is the local partner. Together, in fact, we have created the syllabus. And in fact, I'm very happy to share this, that even the teaching happens both through online mode as well as basically a physical presence of some of the Australian, I would say, mentors. And this has been happening for last 3.5 years. And the 4th year, basically, the student get an exposure when they make a visit to the Melbourne University for a science camp. This is something actually very interesting and important for the student to choose a right career path. And in fact, it has helped them immensely. The other program that we are running is basically in a research partnership that we have with the Southeastern University of Norway, wherein in fact we are working in the areas of biotechnology, then bioinformatics, environmental science, and earth sciences. So wherein there is an exchange of faculty that has been going on for last couple of years, I would call. Then the third program that we are doing basically is recently we inked an MOU with the Drexel University, and wherein we intend to actually, we will be starting 2 courses, master courses in biomedical engineering and biomedical instrumentation. And especially in the pandemic time, we have realized the importance of the very creation of instruments that are required for tackling this particular COVID issue, especially things like ventilators, or there are many more. So in that regard, especially at the state level, when there is a bifurcation of universities, traditional universities are working in silos, and then there is a separation of technical university and medical university. So there is no, to a great extent, synergy that is, or rather cooperation that is happening among these 3 different legs. So this provides us an opportunity that basically we actually are working on a concept of wall-less university, university without walls, so that there is a strong sort of a collaboration both with the Indian partners and partners abroad. In fact, we are in a process of, and that is what, in fact, I would like to actually specifically address it to Pankaj ji, that we are in a process of creating a campus at Doha in Qatar for the Indian diaspora that is present out there. And it is going to be in a partnership, but at the same time, and that has to be the way, like otherwise you cannot create a brick and mortar model and creating your own campus and investing money in creating physical infrastructure. Instead, basically there's a partnership. We will be academic partners, and to a great extent, I already have written to the chairman, University Grant Commission, the secretary, MHRD, for the seeking their permission actually to initiate this particular activity. The state is on page. State has given us a permission. Being a state university, first of all, we have to have a permission from the state government, and we have done with it. And then we are actually presently been talking to the higher authorities in Delhi. So if that happens, perhaps this would be the first state university creating a campus abroad. Generally, there are I would say, advice or regulations been there for deemed universities and central universities. Perhaps there's nothing of this sort that is available with this for the state university. And it's my request to Pankaj ji also, please help us out so that we reach to the international arena, and especially at the backdrop of the new education policy, which is liberal, although there is a little light and tight sort of a regulation, and that provides an immense opportunity to actually to make our presence in the other parts of the world, so that we in fact can bring in visibility to our academics. We can bring in more foreign student, more foreign currency, I would call. In fact, with the ICCR, we are doing a project called UTEX, Universalization of Indian Traditional Knowledge System, and wherein we would be showcasing the Indian culture, the epics, the architecture, perhaps the different kind of a food variety that we have, then dance, theater, drama, everything that is so specialized, is so special to India. We must showcase it to the international world, international region as such. So ICCR has come forward and we are working it out with them. Yoga, that is another area wherein we can have a very strong bondage. And we are actually creating basically all this in online mode. These are going to be our e-content developed, again, wherein we are seeking help of the cinema industry. In fact, in certain areas, there are some producers that we have brought in from the theater and film industry, so that basically the quality of this e-content that is developed would be of world-class standard as such. And the research component, obviously, Pune being a seat of academic excellence, so obviously there are a number of institutions in and around. So we are partnering with them. We are taking their help in creating basically the required sort of a content, or especially the write-up part as such, so that we go international, and in fact we can attract more students from the other parts of the world. So these are the areas wherein presently we are working, and we are going in a very strong way ahead with this different programs. I'm very happy. In fact, today's program is again on internationalization, and especially in the COVID time, we have seen the ODL, the open and distance learning basically has become very, very, very popular, and wherein it has provided lots of opportunities to collaborate with international partners as such. So Coursera, we intend to actually do certain courses at par with Coursera. We intend to challenge them, in fact, creating this kind of content. And these are the things that Pune University has been doing through your all the subject experts that are going to be present throughout the day. From them, in fact, we'll get a good understanding about what should be the strategies for the Pune University for the next decade. And from that point of view, not necessarily only for the Pune University, for the entire country as such. And that is what perhaps is the objective of this particular seminar. And I'm again very thankful and grateful to Pankaj ji, who has been always very supportive to Savitribai Phule Pune University. And she has given this particular opportunity to us. We are very grateful to AIU. Once again, I welcome every one of you. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. Now we will move on and will invite Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, to give us the theme address. Madam, over to you.
Okay. Thank you, Apurva. Thank you very much. A very good morning to all of you, and namaste to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank Pune University. In fact, when this UNESCO conference, of course, it is now postponed to 2022, but earlier it was to be held in October 2021. And UNESCO, as an association of Indian universities, asked us that how can we contribute? And they were asking in terms of how many experts we can send or what type of contribution we can make. So we told UNESCO that you have 10 themes for this international conference. And in all the 10 themes, we will have one conference each. We'll choose different universities for holding these conferences. Then every university will make a theme paper, and then obviously the recommendation sheets on what are the recommendations from the perspective of the country, like India's perspective on that particular theme. And then we will make a country paper on all the 10 themes and send it to UNESCO, and they very much welcome the idea. And as far as Pune is concerned, it is not that we have done a favor to Pune by giving this particular program to them. Pune University is very good in internationalization. You have just heard the way he was telling about the international students, the IOE, they are in the line of having becoming an IOE. And once you become an IOE, you will become a deemed university, and then you won't have any problems with regard to state government approval and all. So just look forward to IOE, and IOE will solve many, many problems, especially with regard to your campus, which you want to establish in Doha. So that will be a very good method of getting that means expedited. Now, Pune University, again, I will therefore thank you that you have agreed to take up this theme. And then you have lined up very good experts. Some experts I am seeing right away, but we are seeing the experts. We have lined up very good experts, and I'm expecting a very good theme paper and a recommendation paper from your side, which will help us in making a good country paper for the UNESCO. Thank you very much. Now, coming to the theme of the conference, when internationalization, India, when you talk of internationalization, we are not very good at it. In terms of, say, number of students, if you say, it is only around 46,000 international students who come to India, and about 10 lakh students go to other countries from India almost every year. So almost the entire education budget of the country is spent by these students in getting the foreign education. So we are really looking forward to a reverse situation in which we do have many international students, we do have many international collaborations, and India is seen as one of the hubs for providing affordable quality education to the students, and for which collaboration, linkages, all these things are important. And I'm happy that the issue of internationalization has been addressed to a great extent in the National Education Policy. For the first time, the National Education Policy has recommended that foreign universities can set up their campuses abroad. This was going on for something like 15, 20 years. Even the bill was there in front of the parliament, but it could not come through. But now the policy has made it very clear that the top 100 universities of the world in the world ranking, they can come and set up their campuses in India. So once these universities come in India, I'm sure that many of our students who are going abroad, they will stay back. Many of your universities who are wanting to have collaborations with the foreign university, it will be easier for them to have foreign collaboration in terms of student exchange, teacher exchange, semester exchange, or even research collaborations, or they can invite very easily the foreign professors without spending on the international travels to their universities and have their lectures. So a lot of benefit will be there. Similarly, the policy itself recommends that Indian universities, whatever are our niche areas, we should go out and establish our campuses abroad. So because the policy is recommending this, therefore, even if we remain as a state university, you will be able to establish campuses abroad, because we want that Indian knowledge systems and niche areas like maybe it's yoga, Ayurveda, or any other area, that India should go and showcase our knowledge system to the world. So that is it. Then again, for a long time, there was a hue and cry, and everybody was wanting that joint degrees should be permitted. And my parent office is UGC. I have been in UGC for something like 30 years. And every time we used to get this request that joint degrees between Indian and foreign universities should be permitted, but they were not permitted. Once again, this national education policy has opened a way forward to having a joint degree, dual degree, twinning programs at ease. I mean, earlier it was so difficult, take this approval, that approval, then only you can have, and joint degrees in any case are not allowed. But now joint degrees are also allowed. And the policy also recognizes that although we have only 46,000 international students in the country, but of course, the country is not able to take care of them because many of our universities do not even have an international students office. So the policy says that every university which is hosting foreign students should be having an international students office to take care of the students, foreign students who are studying in these universities. So we need to attract more and more students, and for that a number of measures are being taken so that we are able to attract the students and have many, many more collaborations. And then I would also say that in this field, it is not that only the government has to take an action. Government has to take action. For example, infrastructure, good infrastructure has to be there. Governance mechanism has to be easier. The visa rules have to be eased out. But then every organization, whether it is say government or UGC or say AIU or universities or colleges, everybody has to take action to improve the internationalization and collaborations. So I'll also share with you that what AIU has done in this regard. First thing which we do is that we do sign MOUs with associations. Like we have signed recently last year 2 MOUs, one with NUS, which is a Association of Mexican Universities. Like AIU, it is the Association of Mexican Universities, to forge collaboration between Indian and Mexican universities, and 2 collaborations under that have already been taken place. Then we have also signed an MOU with UUKI. UUKI is UK International, which is again a association of UK universities like AIU. So with them, we have signed MOU to have collaboration, I mean to facilitate collaboration between Indian and UK universities. That is the first step we have taken. And then in future, we are going to sign many more MOUs with such associations so that such type of partnerships are facilitated. Second thing, if we want to sort of promote international flow of students, international mobility of students, we have to also do the equivalence of degrees in a much easier manner. So far, when we were doing equivalence of Indian degree, foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, we were following the duration approach. For example, if master's is of 2 years duration in India, then we will give equivalence to only that master's which is of 2 years duration in other countries also. Now, internationally, many places, the master's is of 1 year duration, not 2 years duration. Somewhere it is 1.5 years duration. So in the process, many international students could not come to India for pursuing PhD, because if they have done a master's of 1 year or 1.5 years, we will not give them equivalence with the masters of India, and they will not be able to take admission in PhD in Indian universities. So now, recognizing the international trend, what we have thought is, and that has been approved by the Ministry of Education also, that instead of duration approach, we will follow the credit approach. That is, if the credits in Indian universities and the credits in foreign universities match, then we will give the equivalence. But in that process, the only difficulty is that the definition of credit varies from country to country, and even from within a country, from university to university. So right now we are doing a credit mapping exercise so that we are able to do the credit mapping and give the equivalence on the basis of credits. But now many degrees which were earlier not found equivalent are found equivalent. So we can think that yes, many more students can come to India, especially for doing PhD, higher studies, or for employment also. That is the second thing. Third thing is, when foreign universities want to collaborate with Indian universities, from India, the only information they have is what is their NAC rating and what is their NIRF ranking. So apart from that, they are not able to know which university is good or bad. And suppose if they want to collaborate in a particular specific area, say quantum physics or some nanosciences, if they want to collaborate, they will not know that which Indian university is good in quantum physics or nanoscience. They have the overall ranking, they have the overall rating, NAC rating, but subject-wise information they do not have. So what AIU has done is that we have opened a AIU collaboration portal for Indian universities, and in that collaboration portal, which is on the AIU portal, we are requesting our Indian universities that you fill up the data with regard to 7, 8, 10 best departments you have in which you feel that you can have international collaborations, along with the performance indicators in terms of, say, facilities in the center or department, the number of faculty members, faculty with PhD, publications, patents, awards, so that the foreign university then, if they want to, suppose I was taking the example of quantum physics, and if they come to AIU collaboration portal, and they type quantum physics on the portal, they will have a list of the universities, Indian universities, which are very good in quantum physics, along with their credentials. So it will be easy for them to choose a university for collaboration. So that was the third thing. And fourth thing, which we are trying to do, is establishing a Indian network of international higher educators. See, what happens is that India, as you know, internationalization is not very good, but whatever internationalization is being done by very few universities, not more than 15, 20 universities out of 1,000 universities. So Pune University is one of them who is very good in internationalization. But then there are, if you leave out about these 20 universities, then there are more than 900 universities who want to do internationalization, but they don't know how to do it. To whom they should talk to whom they should collaborate, with whom they should collaborate. I mean, and how to start this internationalization process. So although the will is there, they don't know the way, how to do it. So therefore, we are trying to make a Indian network of international educators. And again, almost every country has a network except for India. Like you must have heard of NAFSA, and then there are many, many such networks which many countries are having of international educators, but India does not have. So at AIU, we are trying to have Indian network of international educators. The concept paper is already ready, and it has been sent to all the universities for their comments also. And what we are wanting to do is that in that network, every type of university will be there. So any university who wants to do internationalization, they can have hand-holding, information sharing, knowledge sharing, resource sharing with the universities who are really good at it. So these type of collaboration linkages we are trying to establish through this Indian network of international higher education, so that overall the internationalization scenario of India improves, all in terms of it, whether it is collaborations, whether it is international students, whether it is faculty exchange, whether it is research collaboration. So in all these aspects, AIU is trying to pitch in and put in its best efforts to ensure that internationalization is promoted in our country. So similarly, I feel every other organization, if everybody pitches in, then it will be very easy to improve internationalization. We cannot be looking towards the government for everything. Government, they will do their bit, but we all have to do our bit to improve the internationalization. So I'm sure with this webinar which we are going to hold, we will have many, many more ideas. And if there are some ideas which we can implement at AIU, we'll be too happy to grab them. So we'll straight away implement them in AIU. But then if there are some ideas which the universities can take it up, and then if you want AIU to promote them, that also you please indicate in the recommendations. We'll be very happy to do that also. So we are looking forward to a very, very fruitful, very beneficial webinar, and the status of internationalization and the recommendations for improving internationalization in terms of students, collaborations, linkages, and even philanthropic funding. Last week, we held a webinar in which we saw that many of the foreign universities are getting philanthropic funding, and those universities are not sort of needy universities in terms of equity, we call. I mean, they are, suppose university like Harvard, they are already very rich, but still they are extracting most of the philanthropic funding. So we were talking about this, that when you talk of philanthropic funding, the equity concept should also be taken into account, that the ones who need it, I mean, they are meritorious and they need it. So those people should be given more of philanthropic funding. So all these areas we are working on, and we expect all the universities to be working on this very well. So I again thank the Pune University for taking up this task upon themselves. And I'll also thank Dr. Pani for making the concept paper and everything for this particular webinar. And thanks to all the experts for joining us today. And I'm sure the contributions will be immense, and we'll make a very good paper, and very good set of recommendations will come out of this webinar. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for that very, very enlightening inaugural speech that you made. I think there's one small question that Dr. Phatak has put in the text box for you. It says that you mentioned that the new policy envisages top international universities coming to India and top universities in India reaching out. You also mentioned that this could happen, this could not happen earlier due to some existing rules. This question is, does the policy override all existing rules and restrictions, or India may still have to modify, rewrite the rules? Same question.
See, the policy is an intent document. We intend to do it. It is a document of intents. So these are the intents. So now for establishing, I mean, now it is approved that yes, the foreign investors will come to India. But again, the regulations for establishment of foreign investors in India, what will be the rules and regulations? Of course, I feel that those will be enabling regulations which will encourage foreign universities to come to India. They have to be framed, and UGC is working on it to frame regulations on how to establish and operationalize foreign universities in India, how to allow our universities to set up campuses abroad. So it's not that it is given in the policy straight away foreign universities will come and establish their campuses here. It will be done based on the regulations which will be framed in due course of time, and I hope that due course of time is very early, and then only the foreign universities will come and set up their campuses.
Thank you so much. Sorry to have taken your time, but I thought this was pertinent to all the discussion that is going to happen. And
Thank you.
I wish that we do it faster, that's all.
Yes, we are all keeping our fingers crossed. Because even the foreign, we attend many international webinars, everybody is looking forward to those regulations. They are hoping that they'll be very, very enabling regulations. If they are not enabling, then foreign universities won't be encouraged to come over here. So let us wait for the regulations.
Thank you.
Can I add a point? Can I add a point therein?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah. In fact, the earlier regulations, whatever they were holding us back because of the reason that there were lots of apprehensions, lots of fear. If we permit the joint degree twin arrangement on all these things, that may create some disparities, some problems, and some issues. So that was the apprehension that was holding us back. And through this new education policy, government is going to at least it is keeping an aim to revisit those regulations, because now the need has come. Those regulations are required to be revisited. Therefore, the provisions are supposed to be created now. So the provision has been created, and now let us see how it is going further. That's what from my side.
Thank you, Pani sir. Thank you so much. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session, and we'll quickly get on to the first session that we've planned for the day. That's collaborating strategies of international donors and sponsors in higher education. To moderate this session, I will invite my colleague, Professor Praful Pawar, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Apurva. Good morning to one and all, and let me welcome you to the first session, Collaborating Strategies of International Donors and Sponsors in Higher Education. And to discuss on the theme, we have very eminent speakers with us, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. We have Mr. Amit Das Gupta, Strategic Advisor, India Engagement at University of New South Wales, Sydney. We also have Dr. Varun Sahani, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Goa University, who is also former Vice Chancellor of University of Jammu. We have Professor M.R. Rao, former Dean of ISB, Hyderabad, with us. Let me set the stage for discussion. It's not a secret that we have heavy dependence on government fundings for our higher education. And funding has been proved to be a major constraint responsible for the lower standards in our universities. Public spending on our higher education is hardly around 1.5% of the GDP, and the new education policy talks about raising the same to around 6%. One obvious solution could be diversifying the funding even in public institutions and looking for alternative sources of revenue. Most foreign universities just have been referred to, like Harvard and Oxford, raise money from various sources, including philanthropic funds. They use several options, like naming certain important buildings after major donors. They offer the donors honorary degrees, rewards, honors, and so on. They also raise money through consultancies for government as well as from industry. or by hiring out certain university facilities like hostels and conference facilities, so on and so forth, alumni has also been proved to be a rich source of additional funds. Education has always been an appeal for the wealthy people seeking to use their wealth for the good of the society. Today also, education continues to be a favored field for philanthropy. Donations have also been made by prominent Indian philanthropists for improving research and innovation. Of course, there are constraints on fundraising by public institutions, and one of them is lack of autonomy to these institutions. But at the same time, there are ways to collaborate with international donors and sponsors to bring in funding in higher education in this country. On this backdrop, I would request all the panelists to express their views for 10 to 12 minutes each. This program is also being streamed live on YouTube, and we are receiving several questions from our viewers. Thousands of viewers across the country have joined on YouTube, so that we'll have some 5 to 7 minutes at the end to sum up the session, as well as to take up a few questions. To begin with, let me welcome Professor Aniruddha Pandit, who is the Vice Chancellor and UGC Professor at Institute of Chemical Technology, Mumbai. Professor Pandit is BTech in Chemical Technology and PhD from UDCT. He has experience of working in University of Cambridge, UK. Innovator at heart, Professor Pandit is a researcher with over 370 publications, 15 patents, and 48 successful PhD students earn their PhD under his guidance. Please welcome Professor Aniruddha Pandit. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Pawar, for your kind introduction. Dr. Pankajji, Apurva, Professor Pathak, Professor Rao, Dasgupta, and all the other esteemed panelists. The discussion of today, the way it was elaborated by Professor Pawar, is related to collaborating strategies, and what was discussed by Dr. Pankaj Mittal and earlier by Dr. Apurva as well. To continue along the same lines, I would request at the end to discuss about what are the changes which also need to be looked at while bringing out the changes in the rule. But let us try to address this particular issue of collaboration and try to understand why should anyone try to collaborate with anyone? Let's say consider Indian universities, and why should foreign universities collaborate with Indian universities? What are they looking for in that particular Indian university to collaborate? Now, I'm going to list out few points which can be debated later on. The first point is they should feel that this particular institute is a place to invest where learning is imparted, technological innovations are evolving, and the talent is developed. So this is the first criteria which a collaborating university, foreign university, will look for in an Indian university. Second is they must get the feeling that this is a place where students get benefited from rich experiential learning. It is not just imparting degrees, courses, and you get a degree or a certificate or a diploma at the end. Third thing is institute should be positively contributing in a sustainable way to the growth of the country as well as the nation as well as the world. And fourth, the institute is involved in a range of activities which are very diverse in nature in an equitable manner with all inclusiveness. So these are the four basic criteria which, according to me, the foreign universities look for as far as collaborative funding is concerned. Now, what is their motivation for collaboration? Is they have identified that this is a place where these four criteria are met, but how are they going to benefit? as was pointed out, it could be a simply philanthropic help where they have excess money and they want to give away this particular money for the general well-being of the society and in particular the higher education system. Second possibility, they want to be associated with this particular university. Now, you have given examples, some of the Indian corporate houses have given donations to US universities like MIT and Stanford and Harvard, essentially recognizing the contribution which they got when they were learning at that particular place. So it is essentially alumni recognizing that their position or their achievement has some role played by their university where they have learned these techniques. And the sponsors essentially are looking out for, as was said, to associate with the name and recognition of the training which they received. It could be simply publicity, increasing their brand value or an image, which in turn will essentially be useful for the growth of their own business, be it education or industry. Most applied universities or universities which are participating or working in the area of applied sciences, you will find that the utilitarian part is the most appealing part to the foreign collaborators. They would like to support that particular utilitarian part in such a way that all the first two motivations which I talked about, such as health, philanthropy, being associated with the name of the university and recognizing the contribution of these universities to their own position in the society or an industry. What really works for, according to my experience, is word of mouth and a personal interaction where a person has been excelling in a specific area, be it technology, be it new technology, or be it social sciences. So word of mouth goes that this person has developed something which is unique in a way, which is going to be extremely useful to the society, to any particular engineering science. So this is the first criteria where the word of mouth will attract somebody from that university, foreign university, to contribute, to start collaborating. So the collaboration starts in an individual form first, and then the universities will sign an MOU. This is what has happened as far as my own university, Institute of Chemical Technology, is concerned. And I fortunately also hold a charge of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University. And I have seen the alumni which are located in Australia, USA, UK, how intent they are in terms of contributing to the well-being of their own alma mater. They have formed organizations, be it from their own universities, be it from their industries where they are serving, and they want to contribute not only in terms of time, not only in terms of advice, but also in terms of finance, also in terms of setting up. So these collaborations do exist, but they are not as formal as we would like it to be, and can be made formal, and a modality according to national education policy can be put into place, which will help in promoting this particular activity. There are also alternative models which exist. Now, the models could be not necessarily philanthropic model, but models could be investment, return on investment. And the foreign universities, when it is actually return in terms of monetary gain, have got a very small expectation, not expectations as compared to the Indian universities where the rates of interest are very high. Obviously, the rates of return need to be in a position to service those particular loan amounts, whereas the interest rates in foreign countries, especially the Western countries, is low. So their expectation of return is also low, which actually works in our favor. We will be in a position to get loans which are with low interest and will be able to upgrade our education system. Traditional modes of knowledge dissemination is not really attractive any longer. We have to think in terms of digitization of this and a software-based solutions, digital teaching, virtual labs, demonstration experiments pre-recorded, and you can see the kind of popularity which is received. If you go to YouTube and look for Khan Sir teachings, you will find that so many free YouTubes are available where the basic concepts are taught in a regional and a local language, and people are loving it. And there are no charges for you to see and learn from it. The advertising revenue generated by YouTube is sufficient to cover this. So the collaborative mode has to be in terms of digitization, content development while the lecturing is going on, and people are not really interested in creating big infrastructures, which Professor Karmalkar also talked about. Infrastructures are there. This infrastructure needs to be exploited by developing a digital content. So to conclude, they are expecting, the foreign collaborators and sponsors are expecting the student to come out with an ability of critical thinking, which is analytical as well as logical, less reliability on memory because everything is available to you at fingertips, ability to correlate one learning and correspond its application to find a solution, thorough understanding of physical, chemical, biological concepts, creativity and innovation to be used in solving real world problems. So problems are going to be local, but the solutions have to be global. Now, with this kind of an approach, if an institute sets out and designs its courses, develops its courses, imparts its courses, then I'm sure that is going to be the most attractive proposition for the foreign universities to be associated with this particular university to get the name, fame, as well as the growth which they are expecting. I would like to stop at this stage and let others say things or comment on whatever I have said. Before I end, just one request. Whatever we do in terms of interdisciplinary research, unless MHRD and UGC comes out with a significant overall in the recruitment rule. So otherwise, this is not going to serve any purpose. You will give degrees, you will give, and the skill set will not be recognized. Only the degree with that particular name is going to be recognized, and that is not going to serve any purpose. You go to any foreign universities, the skill set, the ability to do things is going to be the one which is looked at, not what degree with bracket chemical engineering, mechanical engineering, technology is looked at. So unless there is a sea change in recruitment rules as far as academics is concerned, there is not going to be an incentive for academics to do any interdisciplinary research. This is my sincere request, and I'll rest my case here. Thank you very much for your patient listening.
Thank you, Professor Pandit, for beautifully explaining the dynamics of international collaboration for bringing in funding. Let us invite the next panelist, Mr. Amit Dasgupta. Mr. Amit Dasgupta was the inaugural India Country Director for the University of New South Wales, Sydney, for 4 years since 2016. Thereafter, he was appointed Strategic Advisor for the university on its India Engagement Program in July 2020. Prior to that, and following his retirement from the Indian Diplomatic Service, he was appointed the first head of the Mumbai campus of prestigious business school, SP Jain School of Global Management. In 2013, the Multicultural Commission of the New South Wales government in Australia awarded him with the gold medal in recognition of his contribution during his tenure as Indian Consul General. Let us welcome Mr. Amit Das Gupta. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, and let me express my deep appreciation for the invitation to participate in this webinar. It's always a pleasure to listen to Professor Pandit, and I've enjoyed his remarks and his statements. And we have a very distinguished set of panelists to follow after I speak. And I look forward to learning from them in terms of how the great and grand challenge of education that India faces and confronts can be collaboratively addressed. I say it's a grand challenge because in the policy paper that was circulated a couple of days ago by Apurva ji, one of the points that was raised was whether our graduates are employable. And I'm not just talking about graduates from some distinguished institutions and universities, but the overall canopic view of Indian graduates. And there are studies that say that only 5% or perhaps even less than Indian engineers are employable. Now, this is a very disturbing fact. And I think it's also critical for us to recognize that this is the time for us to have a reality check on where education is headed and if that's the right direction we want. The policy paper also raised fundamental and core questions with regard to demand and supply. And consequently, the proliferation of a very large number of institutions which did not have the academic credentials, but nevertheless existed. In other words, the quality of education is suffering. Now, when we speak about internationalization, point to say, as Professor Pandit reminded us, is to ask, why would a foreign institution wish to collaborate with anyone across the globe? What are the incentives and what might be the compulsions? Let me mention that I represent a university that is ranked in the top 50 in the world. Some of our schools are ranked much higher. Our School of Built Environment, for example, is ranked 16th in the world. The School of Law is ranked 10th in the world. Our School of Engineering is the best in Australia. Now, given such credentials, the total number of students we have are 68,000, 1/3 of whom are international students. Now, when I first took up this assignment for UNSW, one of the things that we discussed with my Vice Chancellor is that we don't want a proliferation of MOUs, because then you get a cupboard which is full of MOUs that are not actioned. And we were therefore very, very careful when we entered into an agreement with an Indian institution, because we believe that an MOU needs to reflect a sense of responsibility. And that responsibility, where UNSW and the partner institution would work together to nurture the relationship and to have the outcomes that they first set out. I think, therefore, it's critical for us to ask ourselves, do we really want multiple MOUs, or do we want to choose them strategically, depending on our core strengths? And when I say our core strengths, it's the core strength of the institution we are speaking about. I'll give you an example. UNSW started a program on quantum engineering for undergraduate students. It is the first program in the world for undergrad students on quantum engineering. We have signed 3 MOUs so far with Indian institutions focused on quantum engineering. And this would include not only guest lectures, but also the entire gamut of pedagogy, of what the curriculum should include. And it ends with an articulation agreement, which means that the student would be at the Indian institution for 2 years and then graduate from UNSW, where the student would spend the remaining 2 years. I think when we, as Professor Pandit rightly said, when you ask a foreign institution to collaborate, the foreign institution, very crudely put, will ask the basic question, what's in it for me? Many years ago, or not many years ago, about 2 years ago, I read in the net that China had put together a paper on what research would look like 50 years later. 50 years later. And my vice chancellor was very keen that we discuss with a number of his Indian counterparts to try and find out how India looks at this. And I dare say that the problems that were identified by the previous speakers, including at the inaugural session, are such that research hasn't been a primary area of interest pan-India. It has been there in certain institutions, in Professor Pandit's institution, for instance. It is there in several others, but it is not embedded as part of our DNA as far as education is concerned. The second is that our preoccupation with our everyday life as educators, etc., is such that we have actually not looked at what research would look like 50 years later. We are looking at the immediate. And I think when you look at universities like UNSW, or you look at Harvard or MIT or any of the great and grand universities in the world, they're actually looking at the future. They are trying to anticipate the future. And this anticipating the future cannot be created overnight. It has to be part and parcel of DNA. And therefore, if I were to ask a faculty member at UNSW, would you like to do research with an Indian institution? Very rarely would I get an immediate response that is positive. Firstly, researchers already have tied up partners in different parts of the world. For them to shift their focus, it is important for us to be able to demonstrate that in certain areas, we actually have significant core competence and that we are very good. Let me give a couple of examples to you. The Global Water Institute, for instance, is located at the University of New South Wales. The father of photovoltaics in the world happens to be a professor at UNSW, Professor Martin Green. We have Professor Veena Sehajwala, who studied at IIT Bombay, and she works with waste. You know, most of the time we talk about managing waste. She utilizes waste. Now, can we do research collaborations? Most certainly. But Veena would immediately ask, or Martin would ask, what is the value add you're doing to the kind of work that we are already doing? And I think this, while it might sound like a very harsh question, it's important for us to have a reality check on what we are proposing and where we need to, what we aspire for. To a candid view on where we stand in terms of our current research, in terms of what we really wish to achieve. My vice chancellor says that great universities are built on the twin pillars of outstanding learning and cutting edge and outstanding cutting edge research, but with a sole purpose, and that of transforming lives. So unless we are focused on what exactly is the purpose behind our education, I think we could get distracted. I would also submit that if you look at the whole issue of the gross enrollment ratio, while it's wonderful, and I used to be Deputy Director General at ICCR for quite a few years, and the very first International Students Festival in India was held at Pune University when Vasant Sathe was the president of ICCR. So I have a strong passion and feeling towards international students coming to Indian universities and studying there. But it should not be at the cost of Indian students. And today, if you look at the GER and you look at the whole issue of demand and supply, a very large number of Indian students could be left out of the education landscape. And I think that is one of the grand challenges we need to face. The second grand challenge that we need to face, if you want to attract international universities, is to be able to demonstrate, just as Professor Pandit's institute demonstrates, the high quality of research. It tempts them, it becomes the incentive then for entering into collaborations. And I think this is critical because at the end of the day, what is research? You see, unless you're able to monetize an idea, that research remains only on paper. You see, we have to be able to consider that when we talk in terms of funding, and in funding, if we talk about philanthropic funding and such like, it's not something you can rely on. You know, at the keynote address that was given, it was said that we shouldn't rely entirely on funding from government. Similarly, we can't rely entirely on funding from philanthropy. I think what happens is that funding comes if there is an incentive. And in that incentive, if a corporate sector partner were to find that the research that is being done is an idea which can be monetized, the likelihood of funding is going to be significantly higher. What we need is not just funding in order to have more students. We need funding in order to have quality research. Because universities and institutes of learning need to be known for both learning experience as well as high quality research. And I believe these are critical components that we should keep in mind. I should also say that with the state government of Maharashtra, and Apurva ji is aware of this, UNSW had entered into a MOU for all state universities in Maharashtra. And we had offered a very, very lavish scholarship to the identified and selected students to go and study at UNSW. Only one student went. And I think it's important for us to recognize that perhaps not all our students even meet the cutoff or the eligibility criteria. International universities are not going to lower their standards. They are known for their ranking because of benchmarks that they prescribe. I do recognize that what I'm saying might sound harsh, but it's also important for us to recognize that if we want international collaboration, and India is a critical partner for several universities, including mine, including the University of New South Wales. We have a special relationship with India that we wish to forge and to cultivate. And a relationship which not only goes to getting students from India to study at UNSW, whether it's directly or through articulation agreements, but also research collaborations. And these, at the end of the day, will actually define further the partnership that India and Australia have with each other. So with these remarks, I'd like to stop now. But I would also urge that we look at this whole issue in a hard manner. It is a grand challenge that India faces, and India has faced several grand challenges. But in order to face a grand challenge, we have to first accept and identify what is precisely the problem with our education system. And most certainly, as the keynote address said, an intent in order to revamp, rewire, relook at our education system and policy has been undertaken. But what else is required? Because at the end of the day, whether it's University of Pune or it's IIT Bombay or it's the Institute of Chemical Technology or it's Goa University, everyone would want to go a notch higher and a notch higher and a notch higher. That's what you want to do. And that you can do provided you collaborate with select partners who are specialists in a particular area. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Das Gupta. Through your great international exposure and experiences in UNSW, you have beautifully explained all the nuances of collaborations, especially with academic institutions. You also emphasized on seriousness in MOUs, where MOUs are very strategically chosen and they ensure a win-win situation between both the partners. As I explained, we are live on YouTube and we are receiving several questions from our delegates on YouTube. One of the delegates has asked, what are the top 3 major constraints in securing international funding? We will take up this question at the end of the presentation by all our esteemed panelists. But moving forward, it's my pleasure to invite Professor Varun Sahani. Professor Sahani is the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Goa University, and he is also professor in international politics at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. He is speaker at the National Defense College, NDC. He has been a jury member of the Jawaharlal Nehru Award for International Understanding. He wrote his doctoral dissertation on the political role of the Argentine Navy at the University of Oxford in 1991. For his outstanding contribution to research and teaching, he was conferred the V.K.R.V. Rao Prize in Social Sciences for 2006 by the Indian Council of Social Science Research. In the past, he has also served as the 10th Vice Chancellor of the University of Jammu. We are extremely delighted to have you with us, sir, today. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Registrar Saab, and I am delighted to be a part of this consultative meeting. Thanks to the Honorable Vice Chancellor of SPPU, Professor Nitin Karmalkar, and also, of course, to our esteemed Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. I have a short presentation. It's really very short. So let me try to share my screen with you. If we don't succeed for some reason, no problems, I'll then just carry on without the presentation, but let's give it a shot. As I had suspected, we're having certain complications. So I think we'll just carry on then without the presentation, because obviously, you know, we shouldn't waste too much time on that. So let me start out by saying that sort of, you know, I've had the experience now of helming 2 state public universities, the first in Jammu and Kashmir, and now, of course, here in Goa. Between those 2 stints, when I returned to JNU, I was responsible for running the International Collaborations Office at JNU, among my other duties, for I think about 3 years and a bit. And it seems to me that there are really for the session that we are dealing with, thinking about strategies, and particularly I've been tasked to think about it from the point of view of our public universities. It seems to me that there are 4 key questions here. The first of them is to really ask, why does a higher education institution need funding from overseas sources? In other words, I think we need to delve into the reasons for overseas support. Why are we seeking overseas support in the first place? I think the second key question is, what are the activities or facilities that the overseas funding is meant to support? And I think out here we are really delving about the nature of the overseas support. What exactly are the activities and facilities that would be enhanced? The third key question is how the overseas support is to be sought and received. And this, it seems to me, is a question about the format of overseas support. And finally, the fourth of the questions is, where is the overseas support likely to come from? In other words, what is the provenance? What is the location of the overseas support? So I'm going to really touch upon each of these questions briefly. I'm not going to talk about my experiences either in Jammu or at JNU, or indeed now here at Goa University. I'm not going to sort of get into sort of generic understandings. I really want to look at it a bit conceptually, because I think that may assist us as SPEPU goes ahead and comes up with this document for UNESCO. So what then? The first is therefore a why question. Reasons for seeking overseas support. It seems to me that ultimately there are 3 reasons, or some mixture of them. The first of them is resource augmentation, which in the case of public universities, at least some public universities, is a key consideration. I hasten to add that that's not the case with Goa University. We are actually funded very generously by the state government. But that, I think a lot of us know, is not the general condition of state universities across our country. So resource augmentation, I suspect, would be the leading reason why a higher education institution would be tempted to seek overseas support. The second of them is quality enhancement. There is a very strong feeling that when one begins to get into the whole game of seeking international support, one has to lift one's game. I think a point that Mr. Dasgupta made so powerfully in his presentation. So, along with resource augmentation as a driver, quality enhancement, I think, becomes a second driver for why a higher education institution would seek overseas support. And the third reason, it seems to me, is reputation building. I think as institutions, higher education institutions, seriously go about the business of showcasing their strengths and carrying out their own internal audits about what their strengths and weaknesses and challenges and opportunities are. What happens is, in the process, not only do they get better in terms of quality, but also they do end up enhancing, building on their reputation globally. And that becomes, I think, a third key driver for why it would make sense for a higher education institution to seriously consider going for overseas support. So the next question then is a what question relating to the nature of overseas support. What is it? What are your activities and facilities that you would sort of seek to have supported through overseas sources of funding? Well, obviously, the most important of them is the teaching learning process itself. And out here with NEP 2020, some of the possibilities that have now opened up with regards to dual degrees and maybe in the future even joint degrees, I think is a really, really important step. So if one can get support, financial support, that enhances the teaching learning process. And it can take many forms. The Study India programs, for example, could be a very good way to sort of attract foreign students, not for full-fledged degree programs on your campus, but for shorter term engagement, sometimes as junior year abroad programs, sometimes or even shorter durations during the vacations, an intense capsule kind of program to enhance your understanding of India. A second key area activity where overseas support helps are of course your research activities. A lot of research activities thrive when there is a collaboration, and again, to the extent that you can identify suitable overseas partners, it definitely becomes a key area where a higher education institution can seek to get overseas support. The third is infrastructure, and that infrastructure can take any variety of forms. It can be infrastructure relating to cultural and sports facilities, for example. It could relate to enhancing laboratories. It could relate even to such infrastructure as the student residences on campus. But that becomes, I think, a third area where your higher education institution can go out and seek to get overseas support. The fourth of them are exchanges, whether these are faculty exchanges or student exchanges. They do require funding. Student exchange programs in particular can be expensive because, unlike in the case of faculty exchanges, where these are professional adults, in the case of students, they are ultimately in the care of the parent institution. And if they're going in an institutionally sponsored exchange program, there are all sorts of expenses which could always benefit from support. And finally, there is collaboration and co-branding as well. I'm sorry, I'm hearing some audio in the background. Somebody needs to mute their microphone, I think. Thank you. The fifth sort of area in terms of the what question, the nature of overseas support, is with regards to collaboration and co-branding. This could be partly in relation to dual and joint degrees, but also collaboration in the form of international research collaboration. I think a lot of knowledge building can occur if institutions align their programs where they are strong. This is a point that Dr. Mittal has also made. And that aspect of collaboration and co-branding can become the fifth kind of a what when it comes to the nature of overseas support. The third of the questions I wanted to lay out before you was the how question, which is what would the format of overseas support be? And it seems to me here that, as myself, an alumnus of a major Western university, the University of Oxford, it's quite clear that there are different formats, with which sort of overseas support can be sought. There is, first of all, one-time support, seeking a one-time grant. It could be a one-time grant from an alumnus to set up a particular building or facility. Often one-time support, comes in a fairly kind of big and often very splashy way. A second kind of format is what one would consider sporadic or episodic support, where from time to time, an institution carries out drives where it gets in touch with potential funders, potential sponsors, potential supporters, and tries as a result of the drive to raise funds for the corpus, for a particular project, a particular building, laboratory, what have you. But I think in some ways, the most significant to my mind format of overseas support is where it is possible for an institution to design a mechanism for repeated regular support. And any institution that succeeds in doing that, as many, as for instance, Oxford University has done, then sort of, has a certain sense of reliability in terms of a revenue stream opening up. So typically, for instance, if you were to, approach your overseas alumni and get them to agree to donate the, equivalent of say 10,000 rupees in their own currency, on an annual basis to the university, to the higher education institution, and if that can be done, that can then become, in fact, an extremely powerful way of attracting and then being able to have a certain sense of surety with regards to the overseas support. And the fourth question was the question of where the provenance of overseas support. I will not say very much here, other than to undertake that this can be done in many different ways. First of all, there is an obvious cluster of sources, research foundations, partner universities, academies and learned societies. All of these can be a major source of overseas support to higher education institution. A second kind of cluster of institutions would be global NGOs, as well as industry, particularly MNCs, many of whom have India operations, and who would probably, as a part of their CSR obligations, be willing to make a contribution if there is a particularly worthwhile project that a higher education institution can put forward for that kind of support. A third area could be international organizations, regional organizations, and indeed even foreign governments. Obviously, this is more sensitive, particularly if you're a public university, because the government of India, the Ministry of Home Affairs, the Ministry of External Affairs, all get into the picture where this source of overseas support is concerned. But there are governments, like for instance, the government of Norway, that does go out of its way to support higher educational initiatives, overseas. And the fourth sort of cluster of sources, it seems to me, for overseas support for a higher education institution would sort of relate to overseas alumni, which I have already mentioned, a very obvious source of support. Also the overseas diaspora in the Indian case, because a very large diaspora can always be a source of support. For instance, although I said I wouldn't give any examples relating to the universities I'm associated with, but in the case of Goa University, Goa has a very significant diaspora, and to be able to approach that diaspora for support of the only university in the state, is a fairly kind of obvious area. And finally, the new technologies are also opening up the possibilities of crowdfunding. So where a higher education institution has really come up with some kind of a worthwhile project, which would sort of, attract people across the globe. One other form now that is opened up for those international collaboration offices that are innovative in the university system is to sort of go for crowdfunding of some form or the other. Now, I'm going to be wrapping up by just saying the following. Now, if any of what I'm saying makes sense, then clearly the strategy has to be a very nuanced one. In other words, one has to match, the why, the what, the how, and the where, and take a call. So, I think a blunderbuss approach, where one just goes and sort of, tries to get it, will not work. I think one needs to really have a fair degree of refinement and subtlety in the way one goes about it. Certain projects, may be more attractive to our alumni. Other projects would be more attractive, obviously, to academies and learned societies overseas, yet others to global NGOs and MNCs, and indeed international organizations. And so, I think And again, whether it's a one-time kind of support or whether it is episodic and sporadic, funding drives, as it were, or whether it is a repeated regular support, that becomes another key issue. So I'll stop my presentation at this point. It would have been great if I could have shared these transparencies with you, but I hope I have been able to get my points across. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sahni. Through your close association with state universities as well as central universities, you have explained through a very pragmatic, practical point of view how public institutions in India can go for international funding. You also explained various potential areas along with all those 4 Ws, which bring in a lot of clarity in the mind of our audience. Thank you so much, Professor Sahni. From YouTube, we are continuously receiving questions, and one more question we'd like to take up at the end of the discussion. And the question is what policy changes are needed in India to attract substantial amount of international funding? Moving ahead, let me welcome Professor M. Ram Mohan Rao. Professor M.R. Rao has served as Dean Emeritus of Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. He was provost at the Voxen School of Business, Hyderabad as well. He has done his PhD in Industrial Administration from Carnegie Mellon University. He also holds a bachelor degree in engineering, a master's degree in engineering, and Master of Science in Industrial Engineering and Industrial Management. Professor Rao has also taught at the Stern School of Business, New York University, Graduate School of Management, University of Rochester, professor and as a visiting faculty at the University of Tennessee. He has held various positions at the Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Professor Rao has published over 85 articles in various professional journals. It's a great addition to this seminar today that Professor Rao is sharing his views with us. Over to you, Professor Rao.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope you are able to hear me, right? Okay, I just want to say, sometimes my internet may become unstable, and if you're not able to hear, I don't know, I think Apurva has my number, otherwise I can give the number. If you call me and tell me, I'll have to log out and come back, okay? I don't think we will require that because short presentation. Okay, I first of all want to thank the organizers, and especially Dr. Apurva Palkar for inviting me. I'm indeed honored to be part of this distinguished panel members. My presentation and my talk is somewhat different in the sense I'm going to be talking about the collaboration at what ISB had and what some of the advantages, disadvantages. The collaboration at ISB is completely different from the type of collaboration we're talking about. The collaboration was to set up an institute in India, a renowned institute, a globally recognized institute in India. It was not some university coming into India or university just, they were supporting setting up a new institute that will be globally recognized. Now, why did this come about? Mr. Rajat Gupta of McKinsey was interested in setting up a top-rated institute in India, management institute. All my comments will relate to management institutes only. So it's not the university, my experience, although I taught at University of Rochester and New York University, but most of my experience subsequently has been the Indian Institute of Management and ISB. So all my comments are with reference to management education, okay, not other disciplines. So they wanted to set up an institute in India, and initially they wanted to set it up at IIT, but found that the rules and regulations of IIT will be too restrictive, and they would not have enough adequate independence. So when they finally decided to set up an independent institute in Hyderabad, of course, my reference to my talk is a book by Pramath Raj Sinha on, it's called An Idea Whose Time Has Come. It's been published in 2011 or 2012 or something like that. I have the reference in my presentation. Incidentally, I also had a presentation. I decided to skip that, but my PPTs are there and the reference is given there also. So what is the nature of collaboration? Actually, I talked to several institutes, several universities in US. Harvard said no initially. Stanford said, we'll help you out, but we are too small. We won't be able to share our resources and so on. So, of course, Kellogg showed a lot of interest. Kellogg at the university, Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University. But the advice that was given by the dean at Kellogg is that don't just go with one university only, go with at least two, if not more, so that you will be known as an institute, an Indian institute in India, not Kellogg School in India or Wharton School or Harvard School in India. So of course, subsequently Wharton also, subsequently Harvard also showed an interest, but Wharton was also interested. It's interesting that Harvard would not want to work with Wharton and Wharton would not want to work with Harvard. But they were both willing to work with Kellogg because Harvard and Wharton felt they were really good competitors. Finally, Kellogg and Wharton were chosen. The initial collaboration is very interesting to see the nature of collaboration. No payments to partner schools. They were going to help in setting up. They were going to allow the use of their logo and so on and promoting the program. Faculty from partner schools will be permitted to teach at ISB, but that will be part of their consulting. The universities have 52 days of consulting. They have to use part of that. Fortunately, the sessions in ISB are 5 weeks duration. The program was designed by a group of faculty in the US in different universities. The 5 week means that they can come just for 5 weeks, and even there 2 faculty may share, so each one comes for only 2.5 weeks. So that was not that difficult to get faculty from top schools to come and teach. Area leaders, that is, business school has areas such as finance, marketing, HR, and so on. The leaders are coordinators or leaders who are all from the partner schools. Currently, of course, some of the area leaders are from ISB itself. Area leaders are responsible for finding visiting faculty to supplement the full-time faculty. Initially, it was predominantly visiting faculty. Visiting faculty are provided accommodation at the executive housing at the campus and meals at the executive dining hall. Visiting faculty are paid honorarium as per ISB's policy, but it is so substantial in addition to taking care of their expenses and reimbursed. Expenses are reimbursed. Area leaders are involved in the recruitment of full-time faculty for ISB. Area leaders are members of the Promotion and Tenure Committee. ISB adopted the tenure system in the US. It's probably the only institute in India that has the tenure system. So promotion and tenure system, area leaders are members of that. Area leaders are involved in the changes in revisions of the curriculum. The initial MOU with Kellogg and Wharton said that the deans of ISB, Kellogg, and Wharton will jointly sign the completion certificate to be issued to students. ISB could not offer a degree because it's not part of the university, did not even have recognition from AICTE. So there's always the issue problem of whether ISB is legitimate or not, and things like that. It's only a certificate that is being given, but the certificate is recognized by the corporate world in India as well as abroad. But there are some issues, sometimes visa issues crop up and so on. I'll talk about some of the drawbacks. So the MOU, initial MOU said ISB is the sole owner of the school and is responsible for raising all the necessary funds. Subsequently, of course, the wording was changed because of AICTE regulation, because they say collaboration means foreign universities operating in India and so on. And also, they were signing the certificate that also created problems, so they stopped signing the certificate. So there were changes in the MOU subsequently. So what are some of the advantages of this collaboration we had? course, subsequently, London Business School also collaborated. And in the campus at Mohali opened both the Sloan School of Management at MIT and the Fletcher School at in Harvard, in Boston, also collaborated. So what are the advantages? See, any school, especially new school, the problem of attracting good students, good faculty, and getting placements. Good students come if they think placements are good and the program is good. So credibility is an important factor. New schools have this problem of establishing credibility. So involvement of leading business executives in India and abroad gave credibility to the school and facilitated placement of students after completing the program. The collaboration with Kellogg and Wharton gave credibility to the program. Area leaders from partner schools invited visiting faculty from different schools and ensured the quality of the program. Sharing of information from partner schools enabled rigorous selection process and ensured the quality of admitted students. Sharing of short duration, high area leaders participated in the rigorous selection process for recruitment of full-time faculty with high research potential. ISB was started as a research, going to give a high importance to research. Area leaders and members of the promotion and tenure committee contributed immensely towards the rigorous evaluation of research output of full-time faculty. The tenure system requires letters from experts in the field, and the area leaders as members of the promotion and tenure committee ensured that they could get letters from the top researchers in the world. To attract from faculty from abroad, differential compensation for faculty in different areas. This is something maybe controversial, but in the US universities, the compensations vary across schools and even within schools across departments. It's not a fixed scale or fixed range for each assistant professor, associate professor, full professor. So ISB follows some of that system. So no payment to collaborating schools reduces the required investments luckily. ISB is not owned by a single owner. That meant there's no single owner. This meant decisions were taken collectively after frank and detailed discussion. What are some of the drawbacks? World-class facilities require huge investments. High maintenance cost to keep the facilities world-class. One of the problems I find in India is we build nice buildings and so on, but we don't maintain them. ISB from the beginning said that we will be maintaining, and so that of course means high cost. High faculty compensation costs in order to be competitive with at least institutions in Singapore, Hong Kong, and China, because to attract faculty from abroad, we found that the compensation structures were at ISB were high, but not adequate enough with reference to Hong Kong, Singapore, and China. And people would go there because they said, Singapore doesn't take any longer to go to say Chennai than Delhi to Chennai and so on. So competition, you have to be clear where your competition is. And we found that our competition, that faculty was more from Singapore, Hong Kong, and China. So revenues, of course, highly dependent on tuition fees. If you look at most universities in the US that I'm familiar at the top schools, tuition fees account for only 30% of the total budget. 30 to 40%. High dependency on tuition fees creates problems because when things are like in the pandemic situation, we have problems and so on. So high dependency is a problem. High debt resulting in net revenues not being able to cover interest payments also in the beginning. So loans have to be restructured. Lack of endowment is very important to create endowment, if you ask me, because you need some income from endowment, and during the bad times, you will have to use that income to sustain and so on. Difficulty attracting good students for doctoral program because not recognized, not equivalent to PhD. So recognition issues has been a major problem, and this is some of the drawbacks. I'll briefly, before I close, I just want to talk a little bit about IAMB experience that I've had. It's not about collaborations, it's more about raising funds. I was involved in raising funds as director of IAM Bangalore for 5 years. At that time, the government started this so-called matching grant scheme. That is, they do a fixed amount for each of the 5 years, 5-year plan, and you have to raise your own funds. If you generated more than your total income is more than the expenses, and the extra amount if you deposit it in an endowment fund, the government would give a matching grant. And so there was an incentive to raise funds, develop, have excess revenue over expenditure, and invest and transfer to endowment fund and develop an endowment. When I took over as director of IMB, I found the IAM ANC were having a very substantial amount of endowment, but IMB lacked. So we started, different programs with corporate support to generate more revenues, increasing fees. But the philosophy at IMB and at ILB has been fees may be high, but no student admitted to IMB will be denied education because of lack of finance. So there will be scholarships and so on. So I also got a donation from Mr. N.S. Raghavan, one of the founders of Infosys. And there are two parts to the donation. There's a naming grant in N.S. Raghavan Center for Entrepreneurship Development, NSRC here. The second part was fund for faculty development also. So these donations helped, and we got some donations from alumni also. Infosys scholarship was there for 2 or 3 years for doctoral students who stopped it afterwards. Funding from the Department of Personnel and Training, to set up a public policy center and a program in public policy and management. A few PGP students also placed through video conferencing and so on. We had this idea of video conferencing. Those days it was video conferencing, no Zoom. We had this idea that online through video conferencing education, was in the late 90s, that there would be the future. Of course, we didn't think of Zoom because we didn't know about Zoom, which was all about video conferencing those days. So we started tried to have some part-time programs with blended format and so on, but some of those did not take off as well. And so I'll close with that, but my main point is funding is essential if you want to establish a good school, highly reputed school. Now, funding, sponsorship, you can raise funds from your alumni, but if you have sponsors such as earlier we had the Ford Foundation sponsor IAMA had a collaboration with the Harvard Business School, and IMC had a collaboration with Sloan School of Management. These collaborations were very useful in establishing those institutes. Of course, those were a long time ago. So sponsorship is essential, if you ask me. And Birla Institute of Technology, Bitsom School of Management has announced collaboration with London Business School. I'm not sure what exactly the collaboration is. I think the director is talking later this afternoon, so maybe he'll cover the nature of the collaboration. So my view is collaboration funding is important. Without funds, you won't be able to do much. Funding is necessary to develop a good school, but it's not sufficient in the sense you have to be careful how you use and what purpose you use. This I'll close, and if there are, of course, any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
You have brought out very new dimensions of the topic, and through real life examples, you have wonderfully explained how Indian institutions should design and develop the value proposition that is necessary for getting into collaborative arrangements that secures fundings from the international donors. We are really thankful to you, the way you have given real life examples from abroad and India, especially your experiences at ISB Hyderabad. We are grateful to you, sir.
Yeah.
When we organize a day-long seminar on international cooperation to enhance synergies, the most important dimension of such international collaboration essentially is the funding. And that's why this very first panel discussion we have had was on securing international funding. All 4 eminent panelists have expressed their views, and which have been deeply appreciated by our delegates on the YouTube. We are continuously getting very, very encouraging feedback from the delegates. Though we are at the verge of our concluding our time, I would, with the permission of Apurva Madam, I would like to take a couple of questions. 2 questions, and very important in my opinion for this session, have been raised by the audience. One is, what are top 3 major constraints in securing international funding? And the second is, what policy changes are required as per in Indian context? So may I request the esteemed panelists to comment on these questions?
One by one. One by one.
May I request Professor Pandit to comment on policy changes?
One of the major policy changes to be taken into account are the changes for recruitment of the faculty. Because whatever we do in terms of interdisciplinary research, if the silos which are created by AICT and UGC remain, then these silos will not allow the interdisciplinary worker to get academic position. Second, corresponding changes in the foreign exchange acceptance rules need to be brought out. It is not easy to accept foreign donations as such. There are many riders which are associated with it. So in addition to the education policy related to foreign exchange regulations and rules also need to be taken into account. So in my opinion, the major 2 changes needs to be carried out are the recruitment rules by MHRD and AICT, foreign exchange acceptance, as long as the accounting procedures are properly maintained, and education sector, very similar to opening up of insurance and other investment sectors. Education sector should also be less, should not be as rigorously monitored as is done in the case of, for whatever foreign exchange regulations are there, they need to be there. I'm not doubting that, but they need to be clearly specified, especially for funding of research, because all the money, foreign exchange money for collaborative research is routed through Department of Science and Technology, all the collaborative research. And Department of Science and Technology is overloaded. Hopefully, the formation of the new national innovation policy or national research policy, a foundation which is being planned as a part of national new education policy, will definitely help in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pandit. May I request Mr. Amit Das Gupta, would you like to comment on either on major constraints or policy changes?
So I think, funding is not the first step. In my personal view, as Varun and the other panelists so lucidly brought out, the first step is to discover the reason why the funding would be provided. And this can be various reasons. If you're going to the alumni, etc., that's a different kind of reason. But if you're looking at, let's say, research collaboration, and I dare say a lot of research collaboration does require funding. UNSW has a landmark strategic partnership with the Manipal Academy of Higher Education. A significant amount of due diligence was done by both the institutions. And Professor Bhatt would be speaking later on today. And he was a vice chancellor at that time. And when we were both very satisfied that this could culminate in a series of strong research proposals, both of us put money into it. So UNSW put money and MAHE put matching funds. Now that was meant to fund research. But I think the first step really is to identify the why. Why would there be a collaboration in the first instance? And once you have sorted that out, I think money comes in. I don't think money is really that it stands in the way once there is an idea that resonates very strongly. So that's what I'd like to say.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I request Professor Sahni to comment on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think, I agree with both the points raised by Professor Pandit. He's absolutely right on them. The only other point I'd add in the case of our public universities is that any funding that one is able to raise from overseas sources should not be treated as kind of, replacing public support for higher education. Namely, it should be an add-on to the funding that we as public institutions are entitled to receive. And I think it's very important that this should not be seen as a replacement, but as an add-on. It's not supplementing; it is complementing, and that really needs to be written down in policy, because just having understandings about this will not be adequate. And again, I mean, I'm very fortunate to be helming a state university that is very well funded. Goa is, a progressive state and a prosperous state, but that is not the norm across the length and breadth of our federation. And I think that's one point I'd like to make. I take the point that Mr. Amit Dasgupta has raised about funding not being sort of, not necessarily, putting funding up front. But the point is, our session was about that. Our session in the way that sort of the organizers that asked it was really asked us to front load it with the funding issue. I agree that there are many other aspects that we would need to sort of deal with. Thinking about constraints, I mean, I think the most important constraint is the unspoken one. Mr. Dasgupta talked about it, so did Professor Pandit. And that is competition. I mean, we live globally in a very, very competitive ecosystem. And I don't think we should be convinced, necessarily about our virtues. I mean, we should not sort of underestimate ourselves, but I think it's also equally important not to overestimate ourselves. I'm a professor of international politics, and I can tell you that, very nasty things happen when states, overestimate their capacities. And I think we need to absolutely understand that. And based on that clear understanding of, how competitive the field is, we then need to identify those sectors, those niches, those partners, where we can actually sort of make a difference, have an impact. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Sani. Professor Rao, may I request you to talk about the top of the mind constraint in securing international funding?
More than the constraints, what I want to say is I had 2 points. At New York University, where I was teaching, they had a separate department, a separate group of people looking at funding, sources of funding and so on. Many times faculty do not really know the exact sources. Some new sources come. And so you need a centralized to keep faculty aware of topics and where the funding can be. At ISB, for instance, we have a department that helps faculty in terms of trying to find out what the research sources are, what the funding, alumni, interacting with alumni, what donations we can hope to get, and so on. So you need a sustained effort at the ISB being not only an institute at the institute level or at the university level, sustained effort for fundraising, not just for donations, but also research grants, interacting with alumni and see what is, topics of research that where funding will be available. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Professor Rao. The discussion is really being very, very interesting, and the audience has appreciated it a lot. But of course, time is a constraint, and Professor Apurva has already issued a warning bell. So we come to the conclusion of this session. Let me thank all the esteemed panelists. Thank you very much, Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Mr. Amit Dasgupta, Professor Varun Sani, and Professor M.R. Rao for your gracious presence here and sharing your wisdom and your experiences, your thought processes with us. It's really an enlightening session. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Apurva.
Thank you, Professor Pawar, for moderating this session. We go on, move on to the next session, and the next session is higher education and corporate social responsibility. This is a session that we are looking at it from the international perspective. To moderate this session, I will invite my colleague, Dean for Management and Commerce, Professor Parag Karkar, sir. And we're fortunate to have a lot of our friends here today, Vinay Hebbal, Shobha Mishra Ghosh, Professor N.V. Varghese, and Dr. Tanaya Mishra. Parag.
Thank you, Apurva Madam. A very good afternoon to all of you. Before we start the session, the title of the session is Higher Education and Corporate Social Responsibility. The theme relates to the community outreach, social responsibility, social engagement, and concept of such as service learning have been present in the higher education for decades and in all regions of the globe. Internationalization activities have been largely concentrated on the higher education community. The social responsibility component of internationalization has to date rarely been focused on systematic thinking, conceptualization, or strategy in the broad agenda of internationalization of higher education. This imbalance needs to be addressed because universities also have a contract with an obligation to wider society. Limited social engagement in internationalization. Outreach, social responsibility, and engagement are increasing focus in few countries on community engagement of higher education. They increasingly involve all activities of higher education institute, research, teaching, and learning, and all actors, academic, staff, leadership, student, and alumni, but compete with internationalization. So instead of considering internationalization as an to support social engagement and responsibility locally, nationally, and globally, it has been as a concept that draws resources, focus, and infrastructure away from social engagement. Internationalization in the higher education for society needs to be wide-ranging, from mobility to internationalization of curriculum at home, from students to staff, from research to teaching and learning, and from the local to community. It is an all-encompassing concept, one with the potential to drive comprehensive internationalization beyond the boundaries of our campuses. Global learning for all, an important emerging concept in the higher education. It is simply not enough to be proud of sending and receiving students and staff and even look to the effects of within our higher education institutions. If we are truly interested in preserving our society and our planet in the long run, we need to activate our expertise for a greater good now. I would like to invite the first panel member to share his thought process, Mr. Vinay Hebbal. Before that, I would like to introduce him.
Hello, Professor Varghese. How are you? You're on mute.
Nice to see you after a long time.
Yes.
Nice to see you happy, smiling, and laughing. Good.
Hello to Professor Pandit and Mr. Heber. How are you?
Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
Very well. I hope all are safe and healthy because these are the times when that's the first thing we need to ask.
Yes. Thankfully, at least speaking for myself, all is well. Thank you for asking. Professor Pandit and Professor Varghese, you're functioning from your office, I see.
Yes, that is true.
Yes, that's true.
Are you? Are they allowing people, academic institutions, to be open there?
I think the Vice Chancellor's office remains open.
Okay.
The Registrar's office remains open.
Okay.
So since I happen to be the Vice Chancellor, I come
Yes.
every day. So that at least a semblance of administrative structure, finance department, and other departments will be functioning. So I don't want to have an idea spreading that the university is closed. So I make it a point to come every day.
Yeah.
We also have hostels where students are staying still.
True.
So research students are still working. They have access to labs. Undergraduates, of course, are not allowed, but research students not outside, but those who are staying in the hostel are allowed to come and work. So it's basically we're creating a bubble which allows us to maintain that way.
That's great.
Our library is open, but we do not permit our research students to come and sit in the library because of overcrowding.
Right.
And the hostels, we do not permit them to stay now because it becomes a problem. And if one gets, COVID, that may be spreading faster. So we do not do. But online classes are running very regularly. Examinations are held, and there is no disruption to academic activities in the university. Last time also, all India test we conducted, interviews we conducted, all online, and the students were admitted, and we started the classes without a break of even a single day. So far as the semester is concerned.
Fantastic. And that's because of the work you do, even when everyone else is
Not
locked
only
down.
that, we have mostly the, research students,
Correct.
If it was undergraduate students, I don't think that we could have managed to have the way that we are functioning now, because the theses are submitted, at least 20 to 25 theses are submitted. These are evaluated. Viva are held. Viva OCs are held. All these things happen because, undergraduate classes, yes, we would not have been in a position to do.
Yeah.
But of course, even with this, many institutions are not in a position to function. That is because of the partly what you mentioned.
Yeah. I'm seeing a message on the chat session which says, please start your session.
Yeah.
So perhaps if everyone's okay, I'll start.
Yeah,
we can hear you, sir.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We can hear.
So let me get going. Firstly, good afternoon to everyone. My Professor Varghese, Professor Pandit, my fellow panelists. Pleased to meet you, and thank you for inviting me to share a few perspectives. So I'll take 10 seconds to introduce myself. I work with Harvard Business School Publishing, where I joined 15 years ago as, to really forward the international agenda of Harvard Business Publishing, which is a subsidiary of Harvard University, part of Harvard Business School. And our mandate is really to increase the reach and impact of Harvard Business School outside the campus and globally. So, this is a really important topic and one that is close to my heart personally, given my position at Harvard. Uh, CSR and internationalization uh, are an interesting combination. CSR in higher ed is a fairly young phenomenon that has grown. The concept of CSR came in the 60s with Bowen as a corporate thing, but and in the internationalization was a byproduct of globalization generally when it got the momentum. But even though these are new, the internationalization of higher ed in India is not entirely new. The education system here is, of course, deeply influenced by our colonial legacy. The first institution of learning set up by the East India Company in the 18th century was the Calcutta Madrasa. This was then followed by the Asiatic Society of Bengal also in the 18th century, followed by Banaras Sanskrit University, Fort William College. So, there is a lot of history, but more recently, we know that IIM Calcutta was established in the early 1960s. It was set up in collaboration with the MIT Sloan School of Management and the government of Bengal, of course. Uh, IMA was established soon after, where Harvard Business School, uh, working uh, with Mr. Sarabhai, played an important role in the initial stages of IIM Ahmedabad. Yale University's India initiative will lead several new faculty positions being created and a new interdisciplinary curriculum being developed. So there has been some history, and all with good intent without a commercial purpose, that has influenced higher ed and created a lasting legacy through some of these initiatives. But having studied and worked in the Harvard ecosystem for the last 15 years, I'd like to focus on sharing some insights, more specifically, insights from Harvard, but more specifically from Harvard Business School. At HBS, we seek to be global in every way, except setting up physical campuses. So HBS doesn't have a campus anywhere outside Boston, and whether on our own or through collaborations like the ISB model, we've chosen to have only one physical campus. But our mission, which is to educate leaders and make a difference in the world, right? The world and not US, is global. So we certainly need to have a global outlook to achieve the mission and be the force for good that we seek to be. So today, even though we don't have a campus outside, we have over 120 staff just as HBS, and I'm not even talking about the whole Harvard University. At HBS, we have over 120 staff outside the US. Very early, HBS was involved in supporting other B schools being set up globally in the 50s and 60s. I mentioned IIMA, but that was not the only one. It supported several other schools, including schools in Latin America, uh, Europe, Asia, and many of these schools have gone on to become preeminent schools in their region. Even today, Harvard Business School does faculty development programs. The Global Colloquium for Participant-Centered Learning has drawn faculty from 400 schools globally who come to Boston each year, as well as a follow-up leg in India or China to spend 10 days learning about how to teach using participant-centered learning methods. More recently, our ex-dean now, Dr. Nitin Noria, he, as part of his priorities, said HBS has 5 priorities: innovation, intellectual ambition. He called it the 5 I's: innovation, intellectual ambition, inclusion, integration, and internationalization. Right. So even though we don't have a campus outside the US, everything we do at HBS, we want to bring in the most global perspective uh, to our students, to our research, through our publications, uh, and to make it a truly global experience for anyone who does anything with HPS or HPP. So, our faculty mix is one factor in that. 40% of HBS faculty are born outside the US. The student mix, similarly, 37% of the MBA students and over 2/3 of executive education students are from outside the US. And many of these are with deep financial aid from HBS thanks to the endowment. HBS has 15 research centers, including in Mumbai. And these research centers function almost like embassies in their market, with a goal of saying, let me bring the best of Harvard into the region, as well as take the best of the region through research, through case studies, through conferences, through faculty work, take the best of the region back to Harvard. So it's a two-way exchange, and these are like the embassies in each region. So the Harvard's been growing the number of research centers globally, and today we have 15 centers and offices, and 59% of the case studies that are developed at Harvard are global in nature. So again, with the idea of we should bring in the global perspective in everything we do. We have 85,000 alumni at Harvard Business School, spread out in 173 countries. So again, even that aspect is truly internationalized. Again, there is a lot of, coming at it from a CSR angle. Beyond the mission itself, there is a lot of effort on to support communities we are in. So Harvard Business School's own infrastructure, like the iLab, which is the innovation lab on the campus, is opened up not just to the whole Harvard University, but also entrepreneurs and the community in Boston who can come and engage there, can use the physical facility, can learn from the experts that keep coming in. And at HBP, at Harvard Business Publishing, we are creating, both disseminating our content globally through our higher education team that works with universities across the world to make the pedagogy accessible, to make the content accessible. Our corporate learning unit that works with companies, and HPR through the magazine, website, through audio, podcasts, etc., make the content and the latest management ideas globally available. We're also trying to source those ideas from thought leaders, including faculty like you all from all around the world, to bring to our audiences. We're also actively looking at how we can use the power of our content and ideas to support societal problems in a complete CSR way where there is no financial commitment at all. So we have partnerships increasingly with NGOs, with corporations, to really donate our content and make it available at scale to solve problems like unemployment, youth unemployability, which even in India we know is a bigger problem than unemployment itself, that our educated graduates are not employable. We're doing the same in Africa and Latin America. So that is a huge priority for us at Harvard Business Publishing to pursue this social mission. So beyond Harvard Business School, at HPS, the Harvard Lakshmi Mittal South Asia Institute at Harvard University engages in interdisciplinary research in South Asia to build a critical understanding of South Asia and its relationship with the world. The Harvard School of Public Health has been in India facilitating strategic relationships with state governments, with organizations around the world, both in research, teaching, and knowledge translation to the healthcare community, governments, and private sector also in India, given the massive need for increased training and public health workers, researchers, managers in India, and to help improve India's public health capabilities, including in the recent months. To conclude, I would say we live in an area of deglobalization, where globalization is facing several pressures, political, social, economic, and now with the pandemic, health pressures. Uh, but for learning and education to truly prosper, and if we have to solve the intractable global issues, whether it's around employability, poverty, environment, water, you name several of these intractable issues. The global community truly needs to double down on efforts to collaborate on research, teaching, knowledge sharing, and working together. The vaccines are a good reminder. No country is truly safe till the vaccines reach the last corner of the world. And I think that the same holds true for education and CSR in education. We are all education is fundamentally a mission driven initiative. And therefore, when that mission comes together with internationalization, the scale really increases manifold and can have immense impact. Thank you.
Thank you for your insight from the Harvard Business School and Harvard Business School Publishing. You have shared that 5I as the priorities: exchange of knowledge and research across the globe, development of global case studies, sharing of contents, and so many activities you have shared. Now we move on to our second esteemed panel member, Dr. Shobha Mishra Ghosh. Shobha Mishra Ghosh is the Director and Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy, India and South Asia, GE Healthcare. She's a strong policy and business development professional with a bachelor's degree in agriculture and PG diploma in urban development from Institute of Housing and Development Studies, Rotterdam. The Netherlands also has a certificate in higher education management and leadership program from Illinois University Urbana campaign and Education USA Leadership Institute from United States. She is an experienced policy expert, currently working as Assistant Secretary General in FICCI India's Apex Industry Chamber, with a demonstrated history of working in the social sectors, including education, skill development, healthcare, health insurance, medical technology, and so on. Now I would like to request Mr. Shobha Mishra Ghosh to share his thought process on the topic, higher education and CSR.
Thank you for that introduction. Let me just make a minor correction. I am actually currently working with GE Healthcare as Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy, India, South Asia. Prior to this, I was the Assistant Secretary General with Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry. So thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to, at the outset, thank Professor Nitin Karmalkar, Vice Chancellor, Savitri Devi Phule University, and my good friend Apurva Palkar, Director, Innovation, Incubation and Linkages, Savitri Devi Phule Pune University, to invite me to this very, very interesting seminar and to discuss higher education and corporate social responsibility in context of internationalization. As our good friend Vinay Hebbar mentioned, we are indeed living today in extremely difficult times, which is very uncertain, with socio-political upheavals, marred with a lot of intolerance amongst us. This is also coupled with climate change challenges, not to forget the evolving technology that is bringing in rapid redundancy of knowledge and skills, and now the very dreaded COVID-19 pandemic virus that has waged a war against the very mankind. In this scenario, our entire society needs to come together to nurture a generation of compassionate and empathetic global citizens who will be equipped to deal with unforeseen challenges in the future and retain the sanity and the sanctity of this very beautiful world. With this context, I would like to bucket my talk into 3 segments to address the core of corporate social responsibility, benefits to higher education, and the relevance of university social responsibility. And now, this is a very, very esteemed, educated audience, and I am 100% sure that most of what I'm going to be talking, you are going to be aware of it, but I think this will bring in the perspective to the topic that we are discussing today. So when we look at the corporate social responsibility, it is basically a tool of self-regulation for corporates integrated into their business model, which goes beyond compliance and engages in actions that appear to further some social goods beyond the interest of the firm. The Green Paper of European Commission in 2001 defines CSR as a concept whereby companies integrate social and environmental concerns in their business operations and in their interaction with their stakeholder on a voluntary basis. The more recent ISO 26000 defines CSR as the responsibility of an organization for the impact that its decision and activities has on society and the environment by means of an ethical and transparent behavior that takes into consideration the expectation of all interested parties. Now, India is the first country in the world to make corporate social responsibility mandatory for corporates after its introduction as a statutory obligation under Section 135 of the Company Act 2013. As per the government's mandate, corporates with at least INR 5 crore net worth or turnover more than INR 1,000 crores or net worth more than INR 500 crores have to devote 2% of average net profits of last 3 years of CSR. This is basically to bring in that commitment of corporate sector towards the social welfare and well-being of our society. Schedule 7 defines the range of 10 activities such as promotion of education, gender equity and women's empowerment, combating HIV/AIDS, malaria and other diseases, eradication of extreme poverty, contribution to the Prime Minister's National Relief Fund and other central funds, social business projects, reduction in child mortality, improving maternal health, environmental sustainability and employability, enhancing vocational skills, amongst others. The companies can carry out these activities by collaborating either with NGOs or through their own trusts and foundations or by pooling their resources with another company. The law also entails setting up of a CSR committee which shall be responsible for decision on CSR expenditure and type of activities to be undertaken. This committee shall consist of 3 or more directors with at least 1 independent director whose presence will ensure a certain amount of democracy and diversity in decision-making process. The intent of mandating CSR, as I mentioned, is to achieve social and environmental sustainability. And if you see, during FY15, private companies and public sector undertakings spent around on CSR was around INR 10,000 crore, which went up to INR 14,000 crore in FY17. In 2019, if we look at only skill development and health, the CSR spent was about INR 8,000 crores, and the overall INR was CSR spend was about INR 12,000 crores. Now this amount keeps fluctuating. The CSR spend is moving towards result-based outcomes with impact assessments of projects getting compulsory for INR 1 crore plus projects. Board approvals for all projects are needed, and there are penalties for not spending the 2% CSR amount. Now, if you look at most of our large companies have their own foundations and trusts, the Tata Trust, Reliance Foundation, GE Foundation. However, the medium-sized companies do not have the wherewithal for managing their CSR projects internally. Therefore, there are several NGOs and trade associations like FICCI, which act as aggregator for company CSR to carry out the matching of partners and project management. And I think there is a huge scope for universities in our country to step into this role. as Vinay mentioned, this will give an opportunity to the universities to work on actual projects, share your own knowledge and content, and also it brings in other advantages like your own resource creations, both financial as well as non-tangible resources, tangible and non-tangible resources. So now coming to the implication of CSR on higher education. So in a bid to revitalize the higher education sector in India and to forge stronger linkages between industry and academia, the government has redefined the scope of 2% mandatory CSR contribution made by companies. So earlier education was mentioned more in terms of the primary education. However, it has been redefined to be also considered spent on higher education, which will be basically contributed to centrally funded and state-funded academic institutions, universities and incubators engaged in conducting research in science, technology, engineering and medicine, which is aimed at promoting sustainable development goals. Before this circular, companies were allowed to provide CSR funds to tech incubators located within the center-approved academic institutions. It also includes national laboratories and autonomous bodies under the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, Indian Council of Medical Research, Council of Scientific and Indian Research, Defense and Development Organization, and Department of Science and Technologies. However, we see that the private universities are missing in this entire list. And when we see that about 60 to 70% of our higher education is being provided by private universities, to my mind, this anomaly should be removed immediately. Now, coming to the connect between the corporate social responsibility and the university's social responsibility. CSR must not be confined only to profitable companies and organizations, but universities and higher education institutions also have a great responsibility and must inculcate it in the form of university social responsibility. The term USR is explained as the ability and capacity of higher education institutions to disseminate and implement a set of principles, general and specific values aimed at enhancing the educational and social challenges of the society through 4 key processes, that is management, teaching, research, and extension work. Through the provision of educational services and transfer of knowledge, following ethical principles, good governance, respect of environment, social engagement, and the promotion of values. CSR and USR are intrinsically connected with the common denominator, being the people and the community. Despite this connection, more often than not, both USR and CSR tend to operate in silos, and that is basically because the industry-academia link which exists today, the disconnect between the industry-academia link which exists today, and that is why the USR and CSR is operating in a disconnected manner. However, in today's rapidly changing and increasingly interdependent world, no organization can survive to sustain itself over the long term if it is not socially responsible and collaborating. Universities cannot be regarded simply as factories for producing scientific and technological experts within a global knowledge economy. And that is what today, actually, unfortunately, most of our universities and higher education institutions cater to. University must have key intellectual and cultural responsibilities in a knowledge-based society. The value and ethical standards that university espouse will not have a cultural influence over the academic, cultural, and political development of their academic students and staff, but also help shape the moral contours of society at large promoting the highest possible ethical standards. The high ethical standards should be put into effect in every aspect of the work of the institution, including the internal governance and management, engagement with external stakeholders, and their teaching and research programs. In most developed countries, universities have a strong community engagement, and their research stems from the need of the local community. I had the opportunity to closely observe the strong university, industry, and community connects in several universities abroad. For example, I had the opportunity to spend time in the Illinois Urbana-Champaign University, which is a public university, and Case Western University in Cleveland, which is a private university. Also Ryerson University in Canada, and several more in UK, Australia, Europe. Closer home, we also have institutions like Delhi IIT, Mumbai IIT, NIT Surathkal, Pune University, which are all public university, and some private universities like the Manipal University, Symbiosis University, the BITS Pilani, etc., which have very close connect with the communities and with the industry. And but however, these universities are very far and few in between, considering the size of the young population that we cater to. An emerging characteristics of Generation Z, or Gen Z as we call them, is the desire to have a positive impact on the world, and it's vital that universities evolve to this way of thinking. Gen Z is well-informed and about the world issues and have a deeper understanding of how people around the world are affected due to climate change caused by industrial and social practices, amongst other things. When it comes to environmental protection, for example, Gen Z collectively accept a certain level of responsibility. In a survey conducted by Masdar with nearly 5,000 young people in 20 different countries, 35% of the respondents considered preserving the environment as their biggest responsibility. Further, 46% of them said that they choose to spend money on those company products that are environmentally more sustainable. It is important for higher education institutions to recognize these shifting priorities for its current and future students and to engage with their efforts to positively impact the world. There are some practical ways in which the universities can play a role in the social responsibility. Universities can lead by example by being socially conscious institutions themselves while simultaneously nourishing and supporting the efforts of their students. It is important that a university views social responsibility as a core mission, both leading by example and encouraging similar efforts. So when a student comes with some innovative ideas of social transformation, it is the duty of the universities to support them end to end. What is critically needed is a major shift in the mindset and attitudes. Schools and universities need to go back to their original foundational purpose to educate, shape minds, inculcate the right values, and develop good citizens who then go on to become change makers that positively impact the world around them. Industry, for its part, also needs to embed social responsibility deep into its organizational culture, its corporate ethos, and into its very DNA so that both management and employees approach the concept of social responsibility in a much more holistic and integrated manner rather than in a transactional and ad hoc manner. A university will produce a socially responsible citizen who then joins a company which has fully embraced social responsibilities across all the company work streams and responsibilities across work streams and activities. Not only does the young graduate enjoy a much more connected and enriching university and career experience, but he or she is also aware of the importance of developing linkages between university and industry and optimizing the advantages of both entities. In conclusion, some of the very clear steps that the institutions can take towards augmenting CSR are encourage philanthropy among the student body, including volunteering, student-led charity fundraisers, and community projects. Allocate university funds for charitable donations, conceptualize policies and initiatives which commit to the social responsibility values. As more and more proactive individuals transition from higher education into corporate world, the ties and communication points between these key stakeholders continue to deepen and strengthen. As the convergence of USR, CSR, and ISR, which is the individual social responsibility, gathers momentum, what will emerge is a new society shaped by socially responsible educational institutions, individuals, and corporates. The natural beneficiary, which is going to be the community. A very good example of such an intervention is the Vidyagyan initiative, specifically designed by the Shiv Nadar Foundation to identify and nurture gifted students from economically underprivileged rural backgrounds and transform them through a high quality education from primary to the higher education into future leaders. Such interventions are needed to be multiplied many folds. Working in conjunction also has the added benefit of enabling business and educational institutions to learn best practices from each other. Companies can learn from universities how to influence minds to produce socially responsible employees who strive to be good citizens, while universities can learn practical methods from corporates on how to create, articulate, and incorporate bespoke, socially responsible frameworks and policies into their administrative systems. And the role of universities cannot be belittled, as it is essential and critical in the social development for the knowledge-based economy, assuming a strategic role in the welfare of the nations. I will stop here now. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Thank you very much, madam, for your elaborative speech, starting from clarity about the corporate social responsibility, mandate to mandatory, talking about the promotion, whatever new issues and challenges, and spreading this higher education, basically linking and strengthening the link between industry and higher education institute, because we find in India there are certain IITs and certain national institutes are there. They have more close bonding between industry. The one more point which I would like from your speech is, I think higher education institute need to create a manpower or a program which can handle this CSR more wisely, because a large number of fund is there which need to be handled properly. From the university side, when you were talking about what university can contribute, I think in the recent past, our students and faculty have participated in the serological survey. Our faculty were more contributing to the mathematical modeling of this COVID. We have started Center for Molecular Diagnosis, and recently the establishment of a center which will deliver the oxygen to the hospitals has been in the process. So largely university also taking part with or without support of industry into these activities. And we are seeing that we are socially connected with the people in many parts related to the COVID, many other activities related to COVID. So thank you very much. Moving on to the next speaker, so NB Varghese sir. Varghese sir is currently Vice Chancellor of the National University of Education, Planning and Administration, New Delhi. He was the founding director of the Center for Policy Research in the Higher Education, New Delhi, head of governance and management in education at the International Institute of Educational Planning, Paris. So I would like to request Varghese sir to kindly share his thought process. Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this meeting. And I thank the university, the Vice Chancellor, and also Dr. Apurva Palkar, who was in touch with me. Friends, when you are the third or a fourth speaker, one has to change what you wanted to speak. And this happens especially after the speech by Dr. Shobha, which was very broad, touched upon many aspects related to the corporate social responsibility and in the context of India. So what I'll try to do is that I feel that there are three dimensions to this session. One is about the corporate social responsibility. The second one is related to university social responsibility. And third one is the internationalization. Although if I am given a chance, I would like to talk about internationalization, as Dr. Shobha knows very well. But somehow or the other, what I'll try to do is that to save time, I will touch upon that aspect only if I get time. Otherwise, I'll confine myself to the first two aspects. One point that I would like to start with is that the corporate sector, it is very easy to define the corporate sector, its effectiveness, its efficiency, because there is an overriding role or road based on which the measurement can be done, that is profits and profitability. And when you're talking about social responsibility, we are trying to drag the corporate sector from its comfort zone of producing profits and profitability to a different field. And this becomes very important when you're talking about the knowledge economies, which is one of the core areas of activity. And that is one of the major areas for profit producing in the given context, in the last, at least in the last 2 decades, you find that economies of the world have gone towards knowledge societies. And when knowledge societies came up, it was found that investing in knowledge is profitable. And you find that corporate interest in knowledge, investing in knowledge production also increased. And this is a dramatic change that has taken place. And as a result of that, the role of the corporate sector, so far as the universities are concerned, and so far as the knowledge production process and knowledge distribution process are concerned, is very, very different from what it used to be 25 years ago. While it was considered the knowledge production should be a secret confidential arrangement within the contours of the companies, now it is taking place more openly and it is more in a more shared fashion. That makes a lot of difference in terms of the knowledge production process and also the process of knowledge that is being utilized. So there are two dimensions to development now. Knowledge is core to the development, but you need not have to produce the knowledge. You can also rely on the knowledge that is produced somewhere else. So your capacity to absorb knowledge is equally important as much as your capacity to produce knowledge. And it is in this context that the corporate way of organizing knowledge production becomes very important, because you find that the knowledge production that takes place is in terms of the two categories. One is the capital investment that is required, and the second one is the human capital that is required. And what is important to notice is that the human capital that is required for the knowledge production is always dominated by the public institutions in the world. It is true even in the process of globalization. It is true even in the process of marketization process of education that is taking place. It is true even in the context of internationalization process. Even today, of the total educational expenditure in the world, including public and private, what you find is that 80%, 79 to 80% of the expenditure on education is coming from the public sources, from the state sources, state funded. Only 20% comes from the private sources. Or in other words, what we find is that the people who are responsible for producing knowledge is produced by the public system. Mostly, I'm not saying that entirely, mostly. However, when the private system is making use of them and producing knowledge and selling this knowledge in the market or commercializing this knowledge to make profit, the society does not get anything back. And this is a disconnect in the first instance. And this forms one of the foundations for arguing for the company should not be led by the corporate profit considerations and profitability alone, but also should be led by what is the social responsibility, what is our responsibility to pay back to the social stream from where you draw resources. So for example, a student who is has done masters, or a student who has done PhD, you find that it has taken a lot of public resources to produce that human capital. But when the private sector is using and the corporate sector is using, perhaps nothing is paid back to the society, nothing is paid back to the public system, nothing is paid back to the society from where the social and economic resources were drawn. So that is my first point. And from that point of view, it is very important. The social responsibility of the corporate sector is necessity, and it is something that an obligation rather than something is to be imposed. This is my first point. As Dr. Dr. Shobha very rightly pointed out, ever since it has become, India is one of the first countries where it was made mandatory in 2013 and 14. And as after that, what one finds is also that a high increase, a sharp increase in the corporate sector's contribution to social responsibility activities. And if you see the increase, it is around 52,000 crores of rupees was spent on between the period 2014-15 to 2019-24, which the data are available. And what is important is that of these 52,000 or so, companies incurred CSR expenditure, more than 15,000 or around 16,000 is spent on education, followed by healthcare, around 9,000. And you find that more than around 5,500 crores is spent on rural development. I'm picking up these three because these three elements form roughly around 57 to 58% of the CSR expenditure in the past 5 years or 6 years if you take together. What does it mean if you dissect a little more? What does it mean in higher education, in education? Where do they spend most of the money? And what one finds is that most of the CSR money, a good share of the CSR money in education is spent on infrastructure, especially at the school level. And this is more so after the RTE. Of course, CSR came after the RTE. So it was satisfied to the RTE. There are many CSR efforts that are done at the primary level, which spreads widely. And say, for example, if you see Tata's involvement in the 1,000 schools project in Orissa, which got an award also perhaps in 2019 or 20, a very good effort, and thousands of students are benefited, thousands of families are benefited, and many schools are benefited, and they were working together with the government schools to strengthen the process of government schools. This is one example that you find infrastructure facilities and facilities to create and compensate the learning that is not taking place in the classrooms. I mean, that is, I'm repeating, the learning that is not taking place but supposed to take place in the classrooms. It's a very good example, and this is done in several places, not only in one place. And also the effort that is made by some of the agencies. Say, for example, when you talk about, students are not learning, and the learning deficit that we talk about at the primary levels of education, even at the secondary levels of education, talk about these investments which are going in a project mode to improving learning levels in the school is certainly a very good way of supporting the children, the poor families, and reaching the target group to which these are the target groups where one was supposed to see that the public investment is reaching, should have reached, but not reaching. Another dimension that is very important is that if the second aspect is teacher training activities, and the third dimension that one is talking about is the leadership training at the school level. This has come out as one of the important dimensions of investment of the CSR. But when it comes to higher education, what one finds is that the importance given to higher education CSR investment was very less. Industries used to support universities to carry out certain research and collaborate with this certain research and industry university linkages that need to be developed. But I will not put that under the category of CSR. I am sure that Dr. Shobha, who knows about these things more because of her FICCI experience, will agree with me. That investment is very different from the CSR investment that you're talking about. And in the CSR investments in higher education, one finds is that most of the changes that one is talking about is that mostly interested in the curriculum changes. Curriculum was one of the major important dimensions, which is also linked to the skill development, which again, Dr. Shobha rightly pointed out. So you find that these are the areas which were interested And perhaps there was a orientation which I cannot fully support, although broadly it may be true. How do we support the curriculum development and curriculum changes, and how do we make the graduate employable in the industrial sector? I am happy with the first part of the statement, that how do we make the graduates employable? But if you try to see that the university CSR investment is diverted and oriented in such a way that we are trying to orient the students to be industry ready or business ready, I don't think that that is a major purpose of higher education. So one has to make a balance between what is education and what is training. We are not talking about training. The country needs a large number of trained people, but universities are not the places to train people. Universities are the places to educate people, improve their thinking capacities, their competencies, and contribute to the knowledge production process that is taking place. So therefore, it is very important to see that which are the areas that we focus on that, and which are the areas we are trying to see. Higher education was dependent by the corporate sector in the context of CSR for two reasons. One is that impact studies were to be conducted. And when the impact studies were to be conducted, because this became mandatory, because people started asking the question that, all right, you show in your account that you have spent this much crores of rupees for as part of the CSR. What is its effect? What is its impact? Or is it a accounting system that you are trying to show on paper, or is it something that has made an impact on the ground? This needed research. That is the time that the CSR money was started using to research activities. But today, these research activities are becoming more important in many dimensions, not confined to that, and that is contributing substantially to that. Let me go to the next dimension before I conclude. That is more related to what is the role of universities to the local areas, what is the social responsibility of the universities. One good or bad thing about the universities in India is that the higher you go in your learning curve or in your learning ladder, the more you are detached from the local areas and the local problems. This is very, very much you find that if you are in a good university, in a central university or in IIT, you have nothing to do with the local areas because you do not belong to that area. And secondly, there is also a problem that, people feel that research and the universities are not meant to this. So let me share an example, concrete example. While I was with the UNESCO, we had an expert team visiting Penang, Malaysia. And there is a famous university, one of the most famous universities, the only apex university in Malaysia is University Science Penang. So we try to have this issue discussed with them as part of an evaluation of the university in its contribution towards the rural areas, in its contribution to the local areas. And after 1 week of interactions with the students, teachers, and others, we found that there is a Department of Rural Development that was lying vacant for 10 years, although this university was claiming many things in terms of contributing to the local areas. So we had a lot of discussion. But one thing that came out, not directly told to us by the faculty members, one thing that came out is that many faculty members, I'm talking about the senior faculty members, well-established faculty members who are trained abroad, so they feel that there is a conflict between their commitment to the local areas and their academic credibility as academicians, because they feel that getting a publication in an international journal and making efforts to see that international publications are generated and promoted in the university is one of the ways by which the credibility and visibility of the institution can be improved and increased and enhanced. And they feel that getting closer to the rural areas, getting closer to the surroundings of the university is a diversion from this. In other words, what I mean to say is that sometimes this conflicts with the intention, academic interest of the people and the academic intentions of the people. Why I'm making this point is that unless we are in a position to combine the perspectives of the university, what are the rich efforts that are done by the university with the individual aspirations as an academician and the local requirements, unless we are in a position to put these three things together, perhaps the social responsibility part that will done will be getting marginalized. I am not using the word excluded. It will get marginalized in the process of academic development of individuals, of students, and the orientation to the students also will be going wrongly, because these are the teachers who will be trying to talk about the social responsibilities of the universities. Or in other words, friends, what I'm trying to say is that if you look into the industrial sector, there is an element and there is a responsibility and there is a moral responsibility for the corporate sector to support these type of social efforts. But unfortunately, it has not been happening, and now it is happening, and there is a need to have better planning to see that where to invest. Now the question is not having money, but we have the money. Perhaps what we do not have is a systematically organized research and development plan based on the CSR funding in the universities and institutions. If you look, say, for example, the case of some of the African countries, especially Ethiopia, or you take Ghana, etc., what you find is that they have created trust fund. This is coming mostly from the public fund, but not confined to the public funding. What is this? This is a supplementary funding that is created for the universities to promote research and other activities. You find that there were efforts which are done to see that they promote innovations in the universities, and this also comes from outside. And many a time, this comes from the corporate sector and many other private bodies, etc. But we do not have, what we do not have in India is a very clearly articulated plan. Even in 2021 January, the revisions which are done, which are very good and in the positive direction, but we need to have a plan. We need to have a perspective. We need to have a very clearly articulated strategy of a strategy of investing the CSR funding in research and training activities, which will benefit not only the higher education, and that will also feed in the school education. So therefore, generally one will be in a position to contribute substantially to the education, to research, to knowledge production, and for the well-being of the society at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Varghese, for your elaborative discussion on the topic. You have started with the capital investment and the human capital, internationalization of higher education. You are told that social responsibility of a corporate is an obligation. CSR money and its application utilization, infrastructure development and the development of human capital are two different things. Education and training, outcome-based CSR, role of university and connection with the local community, and a strategy to be planned to have an interaction with both. Thank you. Thank you very much. We are moving ahead with the last panel member, Dr. Tania Mishra. She is currently a managing director of HR with Accenture. She is a chief human resource officer, CHRO, at SR Project, who has been ensuring business growth through partnership strategies for last 15 years. She is a PhD in manpower planning and has postgraduate degree in human resource with LLB. She was selected to be a part of prestigious CSC Commonwealth leader and invited Oxford and Buckingham Palace. Now, I request Dr. Tania Mishra to share her thoughts with us. Over to you, madam.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is a session which is coming between yourselves and lunch. I shall keep it very, very brief. What I have to share with this esteemed panel, so you'll first have to forgive me because it's my perspective and from where I stand. Okay, so it could be a little provocative. So my sincere apologies. First of all, thank you very much, Apurva, for having me here. So I have primarily 4 points to discuss with you. One is having academia as an innovative model itself. You see, what has happened is, I'll give you a little example. For instance, I have twin boys who are studying engineering. Okay. Now, why can't there be, like a corporate world, a bit of engagement with the students? Nobody really bothers. They're all, coming up in the pajamas and, and kind of the teacher is not bothered to ask them to open their screen and show their faces. Something which is a little different. I'm looking at, say, the corporate world. See, all of us have at some point in time have gone to university to be where we are. But I think it's time for also to university to look at what the corporate world is doing and probably change it. In terms of innovation, if you look at the corporate world, we are constantly thinking what is going to be next. How do we make up profitability? How do we bring in innovation? What can we do differently? I think the academia or the university needs to also be aligned to something like this, to think as what is different? What can we do differently? What is the strategy? What is the annual business plan? For us who are in corporates, what we see or what we read in the newspapers, maybe you're doing it, but probably it's not visible. What we see, a lot of mergers of engineering colleges, a lot of mergers of, say, of MBA colleges. But what we don't see is how is it making a difference to the corporate as such, and how is it that we are engaging? Because you see, we have many forums, but I'm saying it's time for all the time we have been looking at academia. We are what we are because of academia. Thank you all very much, professors. But I'm saying that today it's to look at a different lens. That's my first point of view. Second point of view is CSR or entry level to the corporate world. If you remember, when there was a boom of retail or insurance, the models that you followed or the models that you could have followed is, having short duration of courses. Of course, today retail is going belly up. Insurance is not doing too well. But look at, if you read today's Economic Times, it talks about the delivery boys being paid incentives and bonuses, and stuff like that. And there is, and I'm ex-Accenture, so we've given a lot of incentives for our people in the IT, ITS or technology or the BPO spaces. I'm saying that what stops today, academia to have short duration of courses where, your Zomato, people who are bringing your Zomato or your Dunzo or any of those people to get a short course, which is affordable. So what happens is, it's a booming industry. So I'm saying, if you can think differently and optimize whatever is there, it is also a great way of having CSR. Because I was the head of HR for shoppers, and I will give you a little example. When we want, I'm not going to name which university, but when we wanted to have a tie-up with a very reputed university or college in Bombay, and we said that, we would collaborate. We saw the look of disinterest. When we went for the interviews, we saw the look of disinterest in the faculty. I'm saying that, look, these are opportunities. These are times to hold hands with the corporates and to do something bigger. It is, of course, at the end of it, a revenue model, but it's a revenue model for you as well as for us as corporates. We don't mind paying, but if we get something which is trained, then it's so much easier. So then, the learning curve becomes so much shorter. So that's my second point. My third point is, what is the unique value proposition that you are getting in? So in the mail that I read, which was circulated by Apurva, she was talking about the Earth University in San Jose in Costa Rica. So which is known for its uniqueness of the undergraduate degree of agricultural sciences. I'm saying today the carbon footprints is something which is being spoken about. So why not universities come forward and provide courses like this? Health and safety. So there are many. I'm not here to give you a list, but I'm sure that all of you have those connects to be able to offer those courses which are good for the world, which makes it unique. It's not necessary that we have to go to the best universities to get something like this. It is here. We can do it here. Why don't we do it? How do we educate? So why can't we have faculty members, who study something and offer it, to us in industry? So we'd be very happy to do something like this, because there are times when, because things keep changing, trends keep changing, and then we are always wondering, oh, how are we going to get it? But if you as academicians are 2 steps ahead and are proactive, for us, sometimes we are reactive, because we have our daily corporate lives to run. There is, for me as a CHRO, there would be attrition, there would be a new country where we have to send manpower, there would be learning and development, there'll be lots of things which we are occupied. So if you could hold our hands, I think it would make a brilliant combination. Last but not the least, I know I have my colleague from Harvard Business School, but I'm saying that, look, all of us, and the other one, what I'm trying to say is the lateral, the laterals of the top leadership, where we want to sponsor them. We want them to go to Harvard, Yale, Cornell, all of that. And of course, these are these unique tie-ups. But what I'm saying is, I remember when I was for this CSC program, the Commonwealth program, I remember going to Manchester because one of the places that we had was Manchester. We saw a lot of Chinese students. The campus was full of Chinese students. You felt as if, you were in probably Little China. I'm saying that why can't universities do something unique for us to be able to bring these our mid-management or our top leadership, instead of always saying that, look, you have to go. So it's about upskilling. We do, because you see, the leadership or anybody is looking at what is in it for me? What is the unique value proposition? Because look, we want to recognize these people. And in terms of recognition, we start thinking, okay, what would the person like? Probably, a Harvard degree or a Yale or a Cornell would look great on a CV. And so therefore, people want to do it. But I'm saying that why can't we have something aspirational, which is there or which is offered by our own universities? At best, we say ISB or we say IIM Ahmedabad. Beyond that, we really haven't drawn a longer list. I'm saying that if academia could do something which is meaningful, then I'm sure that we'd be very, very keen. In the end, I'd also like to say that there are companies. My colleagues have set up something called Meta Social, where this is a unique platform by a corporate where they are wanting to do all kinds of things which is there. I mean, I was having a discussion with him. So it is CSR, you want to do engagement, so this is a unique platform. So I'm saying that why can't, and they want to raise funds globally for the underdeveloped or the socially backward classes. And here's a chance of doing something. So I will keep it short and brief, but primarily those 4 or 5 points is what I wanted to state. I apologize if I have been very, very provocative, but this came from the heart, and that's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tania, madam, as you were emphasizing on innovation, what is different, what is a unique proposition, and you're cited with an example. Before I propose formal vote of thanks, I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, as what our university is playing a role in this CSR activities and various activities which is connected to the society. So I would like to request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to kindly share his views.
Good afternoon. I know everybody is waiting for lunch, so I would not be taking very long. It was a wonderful sort of a deliberation discussion that we had during this particular session, and wherein basically how do we, to a great extent, do the hand-holding with the industry for CSR. There are a couple of initiatives that we have undertaken. There is a thing called C4I4, which is Industry 4.0. And it's basically an experiential kind of a exhibition that we have on the campus, wherein the industry directly participating and the students are doing their internship. Most of the models that are developed basically are by students supported by industry. That is the way we've been doing. I spoke about in the initial part about the UTEX thing. In fact, most of those video content that we are creating, the e-content, that is meant for everyone, including the industry part. So there are a couple of basically things that university is doing under UTEX, universalization of Indian traditional knowledge system, the yoga and the science behind the yoga. That is another program that we are running. Then apart from that, NAFARI, which is basically into an organization into food products. So we are actually doing a couple of courses for them. And in fact, every time that we have thought of like giving them a co-location on the campus rather than basically asking for money, providing them a space on the campus. So that is how basically it is more interactive kind of. Then in the recent time, Pune basically is fortunate to have a special tag. It's called as a Pune Knowledge Cluster. And that to a great extent have provided us an opportunity to have basically a visibility with both the industry as well as the other academic institute. During the COVID time, in fact, the mathematical model that we've been doing on the basis of the clinical data that is coming to is actually happening through this particular platform. The serological survey, the spread and of this COVID disease in different parts of basically this particular city, that we could judge only on the basis of the mathematical modeling. Initially, it began on the campus of the University of Pune and then reached to the national level. Presently, in fact, whatever you see on the TV, that is all the effort of the University of Pune and few more organizations as such. Persistent, in fact, one of the most important, I would say, industry that is closely associated with the University of Pune and the PKC. The serological survey, the entire funding to a great extent came from them. So there are efforts been happening. Of course, this is a state university, but we are trying to actually, to a great extent, give us a visibility to what university has been doing. And because of which, obviously, we are attracting a lot of CSR, and through which there are certain efforts on, especially maintaining the biodiversity, increasing the biodiversity on the campus, the water resources, beautification of the campus, as well as some sort of an internship project that students are doing. So it was wonderful to have a sort of a very different vertical that you spoke about, and we'd be very happy, in fact, to incorporate them in the further strategy of the University of Pune. In fact, we are in the process of writing a strategic plan for the next 10 years as such. And I share it with you very loudly that we have made social responsibility, university social responsibility, as one of the most important vertical of our strategy as such. So thank you, every one of you. We have heard you, and then it has actually added to our knowledge, added to, in fact, not the knowledge of the University of Pune alone, but those all who have joined in through YouTube and through other this platforms. They will also will be immensely benefited by all that discussion, deliberation that happened during this webinar. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your details, because as all panel members have got aware that what university is doing on this social responsibility front.
Understand it better, please, sir, so that we also come to know.
Yeah, thank you. Here, I would like to thank all the esteemed panel members who have brought their different perspective to this forum. And we have deliberated on the topic of higher education and CSR. And now pre-lunch session, I think, is getting over. I would like to request Apurva Madam to make further announcement for the next session.
Thank you so much, Professor Parag Karkar, and all the esteemed panelists. We've had real powerful sessions. We'll be now moving into the next session at 2:30 in the afternoon, after a break of about half an hour. Start sharp at 2:30 to meet you all once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Apurva. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Time बरोबर मॅच आपलं लंच आपलं Good afternoon, everyone. We're just waiting for the fourth panelist to join in. But in the meantime, we will just start off with the concept note that we shared with everyone. This session number 3 that we're going to be speaking on is networks, platforms, and knowledge management for advancing international cooperation. This is the topic that we have decided to have for the third session today. As we are all aware that the international corporations happen through the networks, through the platforms, through the knowledge management systems that we have, but it all depends on the type of the educational institutions that we're talking of. It would all depend on the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 institutions. And at a lot of places, it so happens that the networks and platforms become instrumental to make the international collaborations. The first point of contact is the platforms where we tend to meet each other, understand each other, and that is where the synergies start building up. And I know today we have a very, very eminent panel with us who has been doing this day in and day out. And we're really fortunate to have with us.
Hello, Vidya, how are you?
Nice to see you, sir. Thank you.
Fortunate to have with us.
हा मॅडम बोलतायत म्हणून मी म्यूटला ठेवलं होतं. Dr. Palkar madam बोलतायत, so I had kept it on mute.
Ranjan, there are only 3 of us. I thought there were 4.
No, sir, Dr. Palkar is speaking actually. She's just giving
She's introducing the panel, Dr. Phatak. She's introducing the panel, Ranjan.
Sir, I'm just introducing the panel. So we have with us Dr. Deepak Phatak with us. We have Ranjan Banerjee and we have Vidya Eradikar madam with us. The fourth panelist is Professor Ashok Kumar, who is joining us from Melbourne. So we're just waiting for him to join in. But in the meantime, we will start off with this session. Though Professor Ashok Kumar was to be the first speaker, we will start with Professor Phatak. A small introduction of Professor Phatak. Professor Phatak is the former professor at IIT Bombay. He's an Indian computer scientist, academics, and has been a recipient of Padma Shri Award for his contribution in science and technology. He, as all of us are aware of the fact that he is the one who's upgraded Akash, and Akash is being advertised by the manufacturer as the world's cheapest tablet. He holds the degrees in electrical engineering, MTech, all of it from IIT Bombay. He has headed the Department of Computer Science in IIT Bombay, and currently he's the head of Kaval Rekhi School of Information Technology. He was also the head of Shailesh J. Mehta School of Management and is currently the Subbarao Nilikani Chair Professor at the Department of Computer Science. Over to you, Phatak sir.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry that the CV that you are reading is from my website, which has not been updated for 5 years. I'm no more a chair professor. I've finally been let go. I'm still a professor emeritus of the institute, so that's okay. As far as the larger audience is concerned, friends, I'm just a teacher, and I enjoy teaching, learning, and all educational processes. I'm going to share with you my thoughts on how international cooperation and collaboration can be significantly built and enhanced on two important issues which relate to education in general and good quality education in India in particular. As you are all aware, these are the days of MOOCs. MOOCs actually started making waves almost 8 years ago, but IIT Bombay was fortunate in having started work a bit earlier. We collaborated with edX, which is the consortium of several universities, one of the large consortiums, primarily with an intention that we should be able to offer our courses to the larger global community of learners. But the intention was also to try and use the open edX platform, which edX was using, to build our own variation and versions, which we did subsequently. I'll speak about it in a moment. But before that, I wish to stress that I've been personally advocating, and most people agree, that complete online education as a replacement of conventional education will not work, because there is a decided advantage in interaction between teachers and students, which is what actually obtains in our conventional classroom setting. So we have been advocating and have been using what we call a blended mode, wherein we try to buttress the online educational platforms with the tools and technologies which permit human interaction with students either sitting at home or preferably in their classes in the conventional sense. We have found a tremendous synergy of these two approaches, and therefore we have developed software platforms which are actually able to cater to both these. Originally, we used the AView solution, which was built by Amrita University, a sister institution in the country, in order to have audio-visual interaction live with students sitting in their classrooms. We were able to connect 200, 250, 300 institutions, and we have conducted large-scale teachers training programs involving 10,000 teachers at a time assembled at various places. Originally, the teachers training program on this scale was being done through this live interaction for 2 weeks. But subsequently, when we introduced MOOCs, we found out a mechanism to reduce the time that teachers have to spend in synchronously attending the sessions at the specified designated remote center, which could be away from their own place of work. Now, in the blended mode, what we started doing is, we started saying that we design MOOCs, which the participating teachers have to do online. So much of the work they do online, they are of course evaluated and assessed every week. And twice during the 15 days period over 2 weekends, they have to assemble in a designated remote center for a day-long interaction with the faculty and with each other. This proved to be extremely useful, and we extended this to what we call the blended MOOCs courses for even students. So we have conducted several courses, particularly in the skill segment, such as animation courses, soft skill courses, and so on, where the students participate from their homes in much of the online work, but they do have a two-way interaction with the teachers and among themselves for a specified portion of that entire training period. Why I elaborate this is that this requires not only the use of a MOOCs platform, but this also requires close integration with whatever tools which we use for interaction with different teachers and students in different colleges. Let me give you an example. Suppose I am an affiliated college to the university. Now, I may want my students to study particularly a few additional aspects, give them some additional examples. I might want to conduct my own part of the assessment. So what I would like ideally is, as a teacher, that I would specify a MOOC course for all my students who can do that course with thousands of other students. But simultaneously, I would like to monitor what they are doing, how they are faring in the quizzes, online quizzes. And additionally, I would like to give them some more assignments, some more assessment. And eventually, I would like to submit their grades myself based on the combination of the grades that they obtain online plus the grades which they obtain in the local evaluation. In fact, for all institutions which will now move towards greater autonomy, this appears to be an ideal mechanism of blended education. Towards this end, what we did is we took the OpenEdX platform, made it into a configurable version by putting a Drupal front end, so that the same platform can now be configured. Instead of calling it IIT Bombay X, we can have, let us say, Pune X, or Pune University X, or anything, which can be actually offered from a server in a university. It can even be offered within a college for all the students. There is another aspect that we need to consider in making these things available. You all know Swayam, for example, and Swayam works well for the conventional courses. But can it cater to 8 or 9 crore students simultaneously? The problem is not that of the backend server alone. The problem is availability of the internet bandwidth, particularly in smaller places. If every college or institution had their own local server with their own local version running, and where the teachers were able to run not only available open source MOOCs, but create their own MOOCs, then 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 students of that college can actually access that server on a local area network, which is free bandwidth, which is much easily available bandwidth. Now, while we are doing this development, there were requests initially from institutions within the country. For example, IIM Bangalore wanted to start their own version of MOOCs. So we helped them using our, what we can say, configurable version of OpenEdX. We create an IIMBX. In fact, IIM Bangalore's IIMBX platform is nothing but the OpenEdX platform which we had modified. We even ran their platform for a year from our cloud, and subsequently IIT Bangalore took that platform themselves and moved ahead. Why I tell you all this is, it suddenly dawned on us that this facility can be made available internationally. Luckily, the first international client to approach us was the government of Afghanistan, who have done an MOU with our Ministry of Education. When they came to know about it, they asked us to do the same thing. So you will be happy to know that Afghan X, which is the Afghan's MOOCs platform, has actually been developed. I would not say developed really, I would say configured by IIT Bombay X. Currently, Afghan X, which is being used by literally thousands and thousands of Afghanistan students, that software, actually the configured software works on IIT Bombay's cloud today. And eventually, like IIM Bangalore, they will take this up later. The point I'm making is that this tool, which also permits individual teachers in a college to actually monitor the progress of 100 or 200 students from their college who are attending these MOOCs, thanks to the additional software that we have developed, could form an excellent mechanism for a platform level collaboration, particularly with countries which have similar situation like ours, namely internet bandwidth is not easily available and accessible. It is not costly. It is still very costly. Whereas local colleges have reasonable local area networks. We believe that international collaboration in this respect can immediately begin with several neighboring countries. And we also understand that even the developed countries are now looking increasingly towards the blended use of the MOOCs platform along with the interaction, live interaction, and getting the advantages of both these facets of education. So that is one area where I'm convinced that there is a possibility of extraordinary collaboration, both within the country and of course internationally, which is the main theme of this webinar. The second platform I would like to mention, which is very meaningful for international cooperation, is the development of OER repositories or Open Education Resource Repositories. Perhaps the best known repository for open education resource in India is the NCERT repository for the school education. India, unfortunately, has not done much in creating such repositories. All the courses that we create on MOOCs, for example, are intended to find their way under Creative Commons license for open access. IIT Bombay has always believed that, at least as far as education is concerned, knowledge should be free. Services may cost money. And to make that knowledge free, the best way is to remove all encumbrances of copyright, what you call patent, etc., from such content. An OER repository appears to be the best way. We had an opportunity to examine and implement such a thing for the India Culture Portal, during which we studied similar portals available in United States, in Australia, and in many other countries. These are amazing portals which actually collect information about the cultural, not just the cultural heritage, but variety of other things, and put them together, easily accessible, freely accessible. Most of the material is downloadable. Some material which is not is under copyright or whatever. People can pay charges. These are the facilities which other countries have built. In this context, the international collaboration that I propose could extend in two different ways. Number one, we can continue to learn from how people build such systems and how people enhance the free contents available. It's not just from Australia or US, but the archives of this kind are spread across every country. Secondly, we could actually contribute to such content and add them to the knowledge pool of the whole world. Today, it is not easily possible to search for a useful content on a particular topic, whether it is cultural or educational, and to get all the results from all such OER repositories across the world. This is where I think a large collaboration or cooperation can actually meaningfully start. Well, I would just stress these 2 points at this juncture. Thank you so much, but I am convinced that going forward, these technologies will be adopted in increasing manner by the entire humanity, not just by us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I think that was a great kind of experience sharing of how IIT has been able to create tools and have been able to create platforms for collaboration. And I think there is a lot to learn from the models that you have developed in terms of creating many more models of this nature where people will be excited to collaborate on products and services which we are able to offer to the market. And of course, a very, very important point is how can we look at knowledge being free and how do we get into the services that get paid? So which is excellent learning. Now I would like to bring in Vidya ma'am here. Vidya ma'am is known to everyone, Dr. Vidya Yerwadekar. She is the Principal Director of Symbiosis Society. And all of us have heard the name of Symbiosis Society since our childhood. And they've been running a lot of educational institutions in the city of Pune, There are colleges, arts, commerce, science, schools, and now the International University. She is the pro-chancellor of Symbiosis International University. She's a versatile personality with her degree in medicine, a degree in law, and a PhD in internationalization of higher education in India. So this is a very apt topic for today's discussion that she's worked on. She has represented India and has done a lot of papers on international national conferences on this particular subject. And there are several books that Madam has authored. She has been appointed as a member of expert group on global outreach of higher education, which is formulated by the UGC. There are multiple committees that Madam represents today, and we're proud and having a privilege of having Madam in the city of Pune. Over to you, Vidya ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar. And I can see Dr. Karmalkar, the Vice Chancellor of Pune University here. And it's like a mutual admiration society here between him and me and all of us. And the second who I consider as my idol and a mentor is, of course, Dr. Deepak Pathak. And to speak after him is a little embarrassing. So Dr. Palkar, you should have kept all us as youngsters earlier, and then, to optimize everything, it should have been Dr. Pathak. But nevertheless, and my other colleagues on this panel, and of course, I can see Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe also. I don't know whether he's there, but maybe someone who's representing him, and other delegates who are attending. Namaskar, sir. Dr. Sahasrabudhe is also here. So two people who I respect and revere, and to speak in front of them is a little, anyways, embarrassing. Nevertheless, internationalization of higher education is a concept that I'm very, very passionate about. And I think everybody knows about this, that Dr. Muzumdar, my father, who established Symbiosis way back 50 years ago, this whole university was established with this concept of internationalization, or believing that the world is one family. And today we are here to speak about networks, about collaborations, and about the different knowledge management systems that can actually help build international collaboration. And 50 years ago, one man thought of this when he thought of bringing Indian and foreign students together. It was a kind of collaboration between these two different minds to bring in a cultural collaboration, so that, the minds are sensitized to think for each other, and bringing in the larger concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, believing that the world is one family. But if you narrow it down, Dr. Pathak has just very nicely actually told us about MOOCs that he's very, very passionate about, and the kind of work that he has done, and how this work has been represented globally. And of course, edX is a platform that is global, which had collaborated with IIT Mumbai. But countries like Afghanistan and others who have taken this very platform and done something for their students, which is phenomenal. I would like to throw light more on the platforms and the networks that are not the online networks, but really physical networks. And I believe that today, more so with the pandemic, we have realized the importance of collaboration than ever before. And I would go further to say that it's not just collaboration, but it's more of interdependence, where we realize that no country, no nation, no organization, no individual, and leave alone a university, can really function in isolation. You have to function in collaboration, whether it is two foreign universities or whether it is even two Indian universities. And one very innovative project that we plan to carry out with Dr. Karmalkar at the helm of affairs there, and we here in Symbiosis, is a collaboration between SPPU and Symbiosis, so that the students get benefited and the teachers, more importantly, get benefited. And in the larger picture, of course, both the universities get benefited. So I hope that this comes into reality, and this will be one great cooperation, maybe not an international one, but certainly a national one. Going further on to the networks and the importance of networks, we've seen a large number of networks globally that have really brought together organizations and universities to know more of each other. A couple of examples that I would like to quote is, of course, the NAFSA, the largest network of American universities, and now they've opened up to even other universities across the globe. And they do, help countries in Africa, in West Asia, even in Southeast Asia, so that the best practices of American universities are related or shared with some of the universities in this part of the developing world. Likewise, there is the European Association of International Education, another very big network of European universities, And now again, they have opened their network to other universities in Asia specifically. Like we, Pune University, are of course members of the EAI. And what we learn is the wonderful collaboration that happens between European universities, and a large number of students that can move around between European universities. And I always wonder if this kind of collaboration can happen between Indian universities, because the countries in Europe are like states in India. And imagine a student from Tamil Nadu who can be mobile and come to Maharashtra, and a student from Maharashtra can go to Telangana for a semester exchange or for any program that he or she wishes to pursue. That would be, I think, something that will benefit the larger community. So these kind of networks, and along with that, of course, there is a new network that has come up recently, is the Obrial Global Network, which was founded in Spain. And this was really brought about to bring in Latin America and Europe closer. So they looked at a South-North cooperation, and now they have opened this network to Africa and to India. I chair the India chapter. And what we are now looking at, see, earlier these collaborations would more be in the northern countries, or it would be the northern countries that were kind of giving their best practices to the southern countries. But now we see a lot of South-South cooperation, and even a larger amount of South-South-North cooperation, like the Obrial Global is trying to initiate collaboration and cooperation between Latin America, Africa, India, other parts of Asia, and of course Europe. And this will be a wonderful network of these continents, wherein there will be mobility of students, mobility of faculty, and maybe even mobility of academic programs. So these networks bring in a lot of best practices that can be shared. And I would like to highlight here another network that we are trying to formulate here in India is the Indian Network for International Education. Actually, it was first conceptualized in Dr. Karmalkar will remember this, when Mr. Prakash Javadekar ji was the education minister, and he had come to inaugurate a conference here at Synergies. That's when some of us went to him and told him that there are some universities in India that that practice internationalization pretty optimally. But there are many universities and colleges that also get hit by this whole globalization process. And there are students who would want to study abroad, who may want foreign students on their campuses, who may want internationalization of curriculum, but they don't know how to do it. So can we form a network of an international or an Indian network for international education, where universities and colleges can be brought, and some of us can actually mentor these colleges and universities? And we thought that doing this in Pune may not be the right thing. And therefore, we discussed this with AIU, the Association of Indian Universities, and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, who's again a very active person in the space of internationalization, took it up very seriously. They've just, they've got it passed through their General Council, and we hope to see this Indian network coming up very, very soon. And once that happens, actually, this network will bring in a lot of international cooperation, because this will be one body that is represented by the AIU, which has about more than 800 member universities. Initially, internationalization and all this international cooperation was discussed in the context of mobility, which means that whether there were students who were moving from India outside, or whether there were foreign students that were coming to India, or whether faculty were mobile, like some of the Indian faculty going to foreign universities and foreign faculty coming to us. But now we realize that this mobility is restricted to just about 2% of the population. When you look at the remaining 98% of the students that are on campus, or the remaining teachers that are on campus, why should they not experience internationalization? Why should they not go through the process of internationalization? And then there was a concept that was born, which was called internationalization at home, which means bringing in internationalization at the doorsteps of universities and colleges. And how can we do this? This can happen only through collaboration and international cooperation. Fortunately, this pandemic has really, some of the good things that have happened because of the pandemic is, of course, this practicing internationalization at home, where now mobility is being hit because people are not allowed to travel. But now is the importance of these online courses, whether it's MOOCs by IIT Mumbai or Coursera or edX. These platforms have actually got foreign teachers to teach in Indian classrooms, which never ever happened before. We knew about Coursera and edX even earlier before, but none of us really took it as seriously as what we take today. Today, a classroom of Pune University or Symbiosis or any other college, even in rural India, would have a professor of Yale or Stanford actually teaching in a classroom. And this happens through such online platforms that Dr. Pathak was talking about. So the whole, education system is changing towards more internationalization and international cooperation. Earlier, it was more of conventional mobility and conventional cooperation that was happening. Later on, it moved to online education. And I think further on, we are going to see a blended education, which will be a mix of online as well as face-to-face. And I think that's when really all these online platforms and the collaborations will actually come together to bring in international cooperation. I can go on and on this topic because it's very close to my heart, but I will stop here because there are other eminent speakers to speak. And I'll be more than happy to answer any questions or maybe, add any of the points if there are any for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that elaborate talk. And that came really from your heart because you're doing this day in and day out. And it's a known fact that Dr. was the pioneer in India for this particular concept of internationalization, and excellent ideas that you have brought on the table for people to know of what's happening on the best practices, where we could have an Indian network for international education is a new thing. And I'm sure people will be more excited to know details about how it really transforms and comes further. We'll definitely come back to you with all the questions that we have. Let me bring in the third panelist today here, Dr. Ranjan Banerjee. Ranjan Banerjee is an alumnus of IIT Bombay and has done his master's from IIM Calcutta, and he holds his doctoral degree from Carlson School of Management, USA. His doctoral thesis won the Best Dissertation Award in the Institute for the Study of Business Markets in Penn State University, USA. He has been teaching at Calcutta, SPJIMR, prior to coming to this institute where he's just joined in, which is BIT School of Management. He was heading SPJIMR, which is one of the prestigious business schools in India. He has been a academician core from his heart. He has authored a lot of books, and he has also been a bestseller with a book called The Made in India Manager. So he's been a very dear friend of mine for very many years. Over to you, Ranjan, to share your experience on this very important topic.
So thank you very much. First of all, it's a pleasure to share a platform with Dr. Phatak and Dr. Yerodekar. Dr. Phatak, I think, is looking on with the attitude because both my brother and I studied in IIT Bombay when he was a faculty. Today, both my brother and sister are faculty in IIT Bombay. I am the Banerjee that got away from IIT Bombay. I have had two assignments, and I'm going to talk about both of them. I started off as Dean of SPJIMR in 2015, and when I stepped down that year, SPJIMR finished 36th in the Financial Times ranking and tied with IIM Bangalore. I have taken over as Dean of BIT School of Management, which is an initiative of BITS Pilani. It is a global world-class school built on the lines of ISB in many respects. Dr. Yerodekar, you'll be happy to know that we are drawing faculty from Kellogg, Wharton, NYU, SMU. We have just signed, Apurva, in that sense, this is very timely. We have just signed, BIT School of Management has just signed a deep partnership with London Business School. So I will be talking about that also. But I will take you through this in 3 or 4 ways. I think Dr. Phatak spoke more about technology and IIT Bombay and their contributions to technology. Dr. Yerodekar spoke at the policy level and at the university level. I'm speaking for business schools, and I'm largely speaking for tier 1 premier private business schools. I will also touch on the IIMs. And I'm going to speak experientially. I'm going to speak about some successes in partnerships. I'm going to speak about one failure, which is a part failure. And I'm going to speak about the networks. And the networks I'm speaking about are networks like ASCSB, the accreditation network. I'm going to speak about GMAC and on UNPRME. And Apurva, I'm qualified to speak because I have been on the global board of GMAC. And I've been on I am currently on the global board of the United Nations Principles for Responsible Management Education. So also my journey to those boards itself represents something, because we are able to influence international cooperation. We are able to influence the global agenda for international cooperation when you look at membership on those boards. I'll start with a very simple thing. By definition, partnership happens between equals. And a fundamental idea, therefore, when you're looking at partnership, is partnerships must be built on mutual respect. One of the challenges that many of our institutes face when we look at partnerships is if you are looking to the West, saying what is it that we can learn from them, but you do not think that you have something to give to the West, or you do not have something to give to the rest, then it is not partnership. It is really that you are taking help from others, and I think that is not cooperation in the strictest sense. So one very fundamental principle is we must start with pride and self-respect, which means what do I want to get and what can I give? And if you do not, as a premier institution out of India, have this clearer sense of self-respect and what you want to give, you are starting at a handicap. You will not build partnerships. You will pay other people to help you. You will make your market accessible to foreign institutions. That to me is not partnership. So that is my first point. I will start with a small story. I was 2 months into SPJMR, and the number 2 in one of the world's top business schools was supposed to meet me at my institute at 3 o'clock. At 2:30, we get a call saying the deputy dean of XYZ, it's a well-known institute, so I'm not naming it. The deputy dean of XYZ is busy. He will be free in his hotel at 6 o'clock. Can you come to visit him in his hotel? I was only 2 months in the institute, but the institute was looking at me. I talked to my executive assistant and I said, if I went to the US and I told the dean of a US business school, please come and meet me in my hotel at 6 o'clock, what would be the response? He said, they would say no. So I sent a message back saying, I understand that your deputy dean is very busy. I'm sorry, I cannot rejig my calendar today. So I will wait till his next visit to India. Somehow calendars got miraculously rejigged, and he came to meet me the next day in my office. And I think this is one very fundamental principle in partnership. If we do not start on a foundation of self-respect, others will not respect you until you respect yourself. This is my first point. The second is I understand what you have to give. In SPJMR, there were 2 advantages, 2 things that I thought were very good. We were very good at experiential learning. We were doing internships in the social sector, which we had been doing for 25 years with our students. We had been doing mentoring where our students would go to the slums. And every year it was a course and they would mentor slum children. And these were concrete, tangible mechanisms by which we taught. And these were credit courses and we had worked out these mechanisms over a period of time. So one of the things I did very consciously is that when you looked at ASCSB, when you looked at GMAC, they have global conferences. When you go to these conferences, it's not enough to attend. You must talk about what you are doing. So the pride of talking about what we are doing in India, because that then puts you on a platform. And Apurva, when we started this, it was just me going out and speaking. And I was arrogant about some things. I said, you don't give me a keynote or you don't give me a slot that is compatible with our stature and comparable institutes, I will not speak. And you do that over a period of time and you speak well when you get the platform, you get the opportunities. 3 years later, the Global Business Schools Network, when they did their experiential learning conference in India, it was hosted at our institute and our institute was given half a day to showcase to the world what we were doing on the experiential learning. Now, the point is, of course, this does not, we have to learn both ways, but I'm saying, what is it that you can get and what is it that you can give? I think both of these need to be identified and you need to work over an extended period of time. Similarly, when we built a program for working women, it was the first MBA program for women who have taken a career break. And that was, it was the first of its kind in the world. It won a Global Innovation Award. Again, going outside and talking about it. So I think this two-way nature of partnership, I think, is very important. I'm also on a panel of ASCSB directors. And one of the things I have said is too much of collaboration is about the West teaching the rest of the world how to become like the West. There is stuff we have to learn from the West. There is curriculum, there is content, there is advancement. In some areas of practice, they are ahead. But we must also be cognizant of our own strengths and build them into the conversation. So this is one part of it, which is, I think, being aware of your strengths as an institute, being very clear of what your weaknesses are, being clear of the strengths of the Western institutes, and figuring out how to make that work. I think that is a clear kind of direction. Every institute must say, how do you position yourself? What are your strengths that you want to talk about? Equally important, I think we have spent too much time looking only at the US and a few top universities when it comes to partnership. There is the whole of Africa, and there are very, very valuable partnerships with African institutions. And as you go beyond, US and Europe and look at partnerships more globally, you find that there is so much we have to learn. Two, there is so much we have to give. And I think one very important step in this partnership thing is when we go beyond brand and when we go beyond ranking and we get to know institutions in every region. And a large part of it starts with platforms. It means go out into conferences, speak to people, and I think a good institution, when you're developing an exchange network or a partnership network, you should really ask yourself, what's the map of the world? Am I represented across the map of the world? Have I spoken to institutions across the map of the world? Am I aware of institutions across the world? And I think that to me is a second element. Now, I'd like to talk a little bit about partnerships within India. What do I think Indian institutions need? I think US institutions particularly are very good at research training. And this I'm talking about management. Dr. Phatak, I think IIT Bombay may have caught up, but management may not have caught up so much. The quality of research training in the US and some European institutes is far superior to the quality of research training in India. We need the rigor that they can give us. What does India have? India has a lot of interesting problems. The Indian context is rich. There is a lot of scope for experimentation. So one scope for partnership. The world wants to work on interesting problems. The innovation, a lot of the new innovation is going to come out of India. How can our best researchers benefit from the rigor of Western researchers and work on interesting problems in India? How can you create those platforms where these collaborations can happen? And a lot of these platforms, and the one thing I know about partnership is that beyond the point, deans and directors don't do partnerships. You can initiate it at the institutional level. For partnerships to sustain, it is done at the faculty level. It is when faculty from both institutions start talking to each other and working with each other that these partnerships really get enriched and get taken to kind of the next level. So I'll talk about two stories. One is with the Global Business Schools Network. I reached out to Soumitra Datta, who's the global head. And what we wanted to do is create a network where a set of top doctoral teachers would create doctoral seminars online, which would be offered to Indian doctoral students across the board. The plan was set up, the faculty was identified, COVID happened, there was a sponsor, we lost the sponsor. So that project is now 1.5 years behind track, but I will go back to Soumitra. That is the second thing. The second thing we did was we realized that many of our doctoral students simply don't know how to present their research at international levels. And the moment you go to a conference, then the image of India and the image of those institutes. So what we have done, and this was a collaboration in my earlier institute with SPJMR and IIM Udaipur, where we said we will get the best research presenters across the world to present, and IIM Udaipur and SPJMR doctoral students attend that presentation, and then they interact with those researchers. So again, these are, you're very clear about what you're looking to develop. What are you using partnerships for? What's your strength? What do you have to give? What do you have to get? And finally, let me now say this, that BITS School of Management, with the backing of BITS Pilani, we are seeking to be a world-class school. We are well on track in our first year. Our first batch is doing very well. But the interesting thing is we have just signed a collaboration with London Business School. The collaboration began with a personal relationship that Mr. Kumar Mangalam Birla knows the Dean of London Business School. He's an alumnus. That's an initial conversation. But an entire collaboration, which involves an immersion, which involves LBS faculty teaching at BITSOM, which involves collaborative executive education, all of this has been done in the pandemic online without a single face-to-face meeting. So, if you had asked me this 2 years back, said, can you, without visiting a premier international school and without them visiting you, can you build a collaboration? I would have said, no, I have been proved dramatically wrong. And I'm happy to have been proved dramatically wrong. So let me just talk about few principles. And I am speaking to the premier schools. I think, first of all, partnerships begin with mutual respect and self-respect. You must be clear what you are giving to the partnership and what you are looking to get. Partnerships can start institutionally, but must be deepened through faculty-faculty interaction. It's when faculty and faculty from different institutions get to meet each other that the partnership takes on a deep meaning and then will survive an individual leader at the top. Leaders can be initiators and create a framework. It is up to faculty to take partnerships forward. And don't just look at the US, don't just look at the world, look at Africa. We are underinvested, underpartnered with China. We have not looked at Vietnam, we have not looked at Japan. So look at the world as a whole when you look at your canvas for partnerships. I think I've spoken a lot. Thank you very much. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ranjan. That was again something that came from your experience of what you've done at SPJIMR and now that you're doing at Pitt School of Management. I think these are the examples that need to reach out to people at large for them to understand how partnerships can really be nurtured and created. I have with me a very, very important and a towering personality. And I find it very, very difficult to make even the introduction of a towering personality like Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe. Vinay ji is a well-known figure, known to all of us. He's been in Indian politics. He's a member of Parliament of India. He's been representing the state of Maharashtra in Rajya Sabha. Currently, Dr. Sahasrabudhe is also the president of Indian Council for Cultural Relations. Sir has also been instrumental in working very, very closely with Rambhau Malgi Prabodhini, a research and training academy of elected representatives and the social activists. He's been very closely associated with universities like Mumbai University, and currently we're very fortunate that we have the umbrella of understanding and working with ICCR under his guidance and his leadership. Vinayji, over to you on this particular subject. Sir, muted.
Thank you, Apurvaji. Thank you, Dr. Karmarkar. And of course, it's a very humbling experience to be speaking in front of Dr. Deepak Phatak and also after Ranjan Banerjee ji, because whatever he spoke was quite a learning for a person like me. And I must at the beginning only suggest that in my capacity as chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Education, I think we can definitely discuss these issues and perhaps try to motivate the government, the decision makers, to promote more such efforts for networking, knowledge sharing, and things like that. I have been hearing about Dr. Phatak for quite some time, but it's for the first time that at least virtually we are meeting each other. So my pranams to Dr. Phatak, Ranjan ji, and all others who are present over here. And thank you for having me here, because as I said, it's a learning for me. And so many new things I could understand through whatever the presentations that I was able to attend. Thank you so much. When we talk about networking and knowledge management, I believe, and there were references in Vidya Yarwarkar ji's presentation also, and also that of Ranjan Banerjee ji, about several networks that are already functioning world over, within the country also, between the countries, between the regions, so on and so forth. My humble suggestion would be that let some business school, management institution, or a university undertake some kind of a comparative study of various networks and why they have, if at all they have been successful, why are they successful, and if at all they have failed, why have they failed. Of course, Ranjanji was very insightful in stating that mutual respect and some kind of a give and take relationship is very critical. And what kind of give and take can really happen or have happened, has happened through these networks is, I think, something which will bring new knowledge to all of us. And therefore, I would strongly advocate some kind of a study into the existing networks which are there for, let's say, more than 5 years or so. Because as it happens in the arena of international cooperation, many times our heads of states or heads of governments or even ministers go abroad and they come back having signed maybe 20, 22 agreements. but the agreements about education and culture as well, unfortunately, are at the bottom. And therefore, they don't get requisite priority. There are other more important issues, and understandably so, which are of more strategic importance kind of, and therefore they get priority. Unfortunately, these agreements do not get that kind of preference in the agenda of the signing countries, and therefore in that context also, this kind of study I would suggest will be very, very helpful, and also will help us getting some deeper insight. As it happens, Dr. Phatak threw quite a light on several technology-based networking ideas. And I believe knowledge dissemination, let us understand, if even though he made a very forceful and very important point that the copyright and patent and these things, really speaking, are becoming irrelevant in the modern knowledge era, and they should be becoming irrelevant. But at the same time, knowledge dissemination is getting commodified. And therefore, the more we come out with technologies that would perhaps give us an experience which is closer to the real life classroom kind of, the better. Because that is what we are looking for. I mean, all discussion about distance learning, about technology facilitated learning, about e-learning, about MOOCs, everything is very fine and very welcome. But at the end of the day, perhaps, and even during the last 1 year or so of the experience of e-learning and classes being conducted through laptops and iPhone, smartphones and things like that, kids really are wanting to get that experience. And therefore, the term experiential learning, which was also referred to, becomes extremely important over here. And in that context, I believe those countries or those scientists who would come out with a technology which will take us very close to the real classroom-like experience in every possible way, I believe that is going to perhaps ultimately help us. That is my understanding of the importance of technology in knowledge dissemination. At the same time, let me also share with you my experience through my recent visit in Uzbekistan, because what Ranjanji said was very appropriate, that you have to find out as to what you can give. And you also have to be very focused in your quest for what exactly you require from the other countries. When I was there in Uzbekistan in the first week of March, I found that several universities over there are extremely keen on having some understanding or the other with Indian universities. They have technology, they have resources, but the subject matter, the knowledge, the pure knowledge, especially in social sciences, it's something which they are yearning. And Indian universities certainly can play a big role in this. But then in the present circumstances, we are so very kind of burdened by our own existential problems, issues about our own finances, our own maybe getting right kind of students, be able to have the requisite kind of faculty. All these issues perhaps make us a little not so enthusiastic about these kinds of networks, especially with developing countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and all these CSI countries. I would suggest that there is a whole lot of scope for these kinds of networkings, and therefore mutual need fulfillment is something which is at the rock bottom of these kinds of networks. And I'm sure we can learn certain things from Uzbekistan, and we can make the Uzbek people learn something from India. This certainly can happen. Deeper research is required. Maybe a team and ICCR would be very happy to support such exercise to find out as to what are the opportunities for a mutually kind of give and take relationship between universities in CSI countries and universities over here. So that is one point which I would very strongly make over here. In that context, again, let me also tell you that culture plays a key role insofar as these kinds of networking are concerned. Because there is something very unique about Indian culture, and I would say not just culture in India, but culture in practically every other country. And therefore, this uniqueness is something which we have to build upon. We have to exploit that uniqueness in the right sense of the term. And I'm sure we can do that. And there is such a, such a good amount of goodwill about India in every country. A whole lot of goodwill is there, and we need to build upon that. In that context, I believe Indian culture plays an important role. And especially today, when several European countries are struggling and talking about multiculturalism, which is there in our lifeblood, in our body politic. I mean, we grew with multiculturalism. Nobody requires to teach us about multiculturalism. We are here in an atmosphere where we know different kinds of languages, different kinds of lifestyles, different kinds of festivals. Everything is there with us. And therefore, I think India certainly can play a key role insofar as multiculturalism related knowledge sharing is concerned, which is again, as what Ranjanji was saying, experience-based training, experience-based learning. And these learnings, I'm sure, we can share with the global community. Coming back to the technological issues, I believe that how to convert the virtual into actual, or how to take the virtual very close to the actual, I believe whether we can also think about in these days of innovations and new technologies as to whether we can have a virtual Gurukul kind of a thing. Because the key feature of Indian science of education, or Indian approach towards education, or Indian philosophy of education, there are many educationists who know more than me, but whatever I could gather, I believe the unique feature of Indian philosophy of education is in the teacher-taught relationship. And that teacher-taught relationship, and we know it right from the Mahabharata and Ramayana days. And therefore, I believe this teacher-taught relationship, if it is at the center of India's approach towards traditional approach towards education, our heritage of education, I think this is something which is very key insofar as our learning practices and our knowledge dissemination traditions are concerned. And therefore, the interactive proximity, the vibrancy, and the liveliness of this teacher-taught relationship, how in these days of long-distance learning, we can perhaps try at least to translate and bring it closer to the real-life experience, both of the teacher and the taught. I think that is a challenge for all of us. But if we really are able to think in this direction, I believe that the days of discussing about a virtual Gurukul are not too far. I'm sure a day will come, and this certainly can happen. In the present day context, of course, the immediate issue is that how do we ensure that protection and progression go hand in hand, especially in the days of pandemic where people are extremely scared, and every other step they are perhaps very hesitant to take in the right direction, because we are in a way groping in the dark kind of a thing, and therefore this is the immediate thing. But if we look at the future, and as they say, it is from the past through the present to the future, and in that context, if we look at the emerging challenges and what exactly this networking can really add value to our own education system, what comes to my mind, and this is the last point I'm trying to make, is that in India, we have been talking about great philosophical values, for that matter, human values for that matter, which is about dedication, which is about sacrifice, which is about integrity, which is about honesty. And all these values are of supreme importance, and nobody can question about the supremacy of these values. But while we grew with these values, or we were and we have been trying through all these centuries to grow with these values, which are of supreme importance, we may call them Indian values or Oriental values or Eastern world values, whatever. But then there is other set of values which has taken a shape, especially in the industrial world, initially in Europe, America, and countries like that. And these values supremely, they consider values like, say, for example, management science, presentation, accountability, productivity, result orientation. They consider these values of supreme importance. And again, you cannot question the supremacy of these values. But neither of these value systems, if I understand correctly, can grow without the help of the other value system. No matter how honest and a person of great integrity you are, if you are failing on result orientation, productivity, management, presentation, I believe we will not be going too far. And the vice versa is also equally true. And therefore, this complementarity of value systems is something which I believe we can really take forward. And this itself will become a kind of networking of value systems, networking of cultures, networking of the way we function and the way we deliver. I just have to say this much. Thank you very much.
I request Professor. Thank you so much, Dr. Sastrabuddhe sir, for having brought in that very valuable, important point towards the end of your talk, which is talking about the Indian value system and how do we bring that on the platform for people, for the world to know that this is what India stands for. And I think there is a stronger value proposition in what you have mentioned, besides the other points that you really made, which is more from understanding of the different nations that we could really engage with from the perspective of the engagement. I will now request Professor Karmarkar sir also to give his remarks on this particular topic. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar. It was indeed a pleasure to listen to all the four panelists. And in fact, although two of them I'm closely associated with, the other two I'm meeting them for the first time. But Samir Sastrabuddhe, again, he comes from Mumbai IIT, and he has brought in the IIT culture on the campus. So actually, I'm so grateful to listen to you all. Some of the things that we've been doing has been propagated by initially Vidyaji about the collaborative perspective as such. In fact, that being a private university, Symbiosis, for the first time, perhaps we are coming together. In fact, prior this, last year, we had a dedicated kind of a seminar, and that was under the auspices of ICCR, which was led by Vinayji. We had basically a Destination India program, wherein obviously various different verticals of internationalization be discussed at length. And then subsequent to that, what she was mentioning about the European system, wherein students move for one semester from one university to the other, the Bologna process that they call. And she was right in saying that in the state of Maharashtra, there are 14 odd universities, and there are many more private universities, wherein if this kind of a culture that if we adopt, student basically going from one place to the other and getting exposed to all together a different learning experience, that would be something worth of it. And that is what we will be practicing very soon. We are in talks with Vidyaji about a collaboration with the Symbiosis University, international university, especially in areas of biotechnology, in liberal education, in management, where they have certain strong things and where we are also doing in certain areas, we are very strong as such. So this is a kind of a two-way collaboration or two-way exchange that will be happening between these two institutions as such. What Phatak sir was mentioning about basically the MOOCs and that kind of a platform. In fact, COVID provided us that opportunity. We actually to a great extent, when underwent the lockdown, we didn't know actually how to move ahead. But Samir Sastrabuddhe, the AMMRC, all of them to a great extent helped us in creating a platform. And through that platform, we could get connected to almost all our colleges. In fact, we created a subsequent platform called CDEX. It's called as a Content Delivery Express. And I would love to share it with you that roughly around 24,000 content being created, not necessarily only by the university teachers, but by the college teachers also, which to an extent are getting exchanged through this CDEX as such. So this is the way we actually have brought in most of the colleges together, and they feel that there is someone behind them to do the hand holding. And that kind of a basically, I would say, a kind of a Vishwas, you can call it in Marathi, they have now with them, that the university is with them to help them out in all different aspects. Making use of the same platform, presently I am holding additional charge of the Maharashtra Health University. And in fact, they were to a great extent, we are worried about, especially in medical science, how do we make use of this open this open learning platform kind of thing. So we are now mentoring them, and many of their e-contenting is getting created through our efforts as such. In fact, in this entire process, we have brought in many experts from outside also, including the film industry, the Marathi producer and actor, Srirang Godbole, in fact, helping us out, especially the pedagogy while facing a camera, how do you face a camera, how do you deliver your content, and so on and so forth. The reflection point, the churning, all those things which were totally new to us, we actually could understand only through this particular efforts as such. So this is what basically we could learn. With Vinayji sir, he is being the president of ICCR, and the UTIX project that I talked about in the morning, universalization of Indian traditional knowledge system, it is his brainchild, in fact. And in fact, he intends to showcase the Indian value system, the Indian ancient thought leaders, the architecture, the cuisine that we have. Then apart from that, the epic, dance, theater, everything. We intend to showcase it to the world. Rather, the ICCR intend to showcase it to the world. And we are actually being academic partners and technical partners with the ICCR. So this is another way basically by which you can attract international students making use of this particular platform. So this is how basically one can to a great extent make your own visibility outside and bring in more attraction or more basically people for the Indian studies as well as the other different faculties as such. So indirectly you can increase the footprint of the foreign national on the campus as such. And that is what in fact Banerjee was also mentioning about, that certain things wherein you are good in, obviously some of the experience he shared actually, you have to have a give and take kind of relationship. And this is what we are presently been actually enjoying with the Melbourne University, wherein we are doing a blended BSc program with the Melbourne University. So wherein the syllabus, the content delivery, and even the content creation, everything is happening together. And beyond that, in fact, in the last year, after completing the last year, student actually get a trip to Melbourne to see entirely basically what has been the technology that is available over there, what kind of a lab, what kind of a research work that happens. So this is the way the university is progressing, and especially in this particular session, the very different element that you all spoke would add to our basically experience more. And we, while looking at the perspective plan of this particular university, we would like to adopt whatever that you mentioned during this particular deliberation and discussion. So thank you so very much, first of all, for accepting our invitation and giving us a wonderful insight about various different aspects of internationalization. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for those enlightening words from SPPU perspective. And as is evident that there are lot of products which are also coming from SPPU perspective, which is also what sir spoke of about the e-content that is getting created. And the icing on the cake which sir spoke of was the crowdsourcing of the content. I think we also take examples of what IIT Mumbai has done, Bombay has done, and probably showcases to the outside world to see how there can be synergies and collaborations which can come through this kind of platforms that are getting created. Thank you all the esteemed panelists today for such an insightful session. And I think there were various ideas that got discussed today on the table. And I'm sure this will be compiled together in the form of a report, which we will definitely share with you very, very shortly. With this, we come to the end of this panel discussion and we move on to the last panel for today. And that panel is the session on use of knowledge, technology, and innovation to promote collaboration. Very, very important and a significant topic for which we have Sangeet Varghese with us. We have Shamak Ray Chaudhary, Dr. Anand Deshpande, and Dr. H. Vinod Bhatt. So these are the four panelists that we have today for this very, very important session, which is use of knowledge, technology, and innovation to promote collaboration. And I'm sure this is a very appropriate topic towards the end that this topic has been chosen for, because as we're all aware that India has increasingly enhanced the locus on innovation. And all along we've been talking about innovation. There are innovation policies, there are frameworks. Industry has actually accepted this for quite some time. And India's private sector has fast improved in the quality of products and services. And we're very sure and we're very confident that this has been accepted globally, and this is also giving us the competitive advantage in the global landscape. Having said this, there is also an issue and a challenge that some of the academic institutions are facing as far as the space of innovation is concerned. So do we really look at a collaborative framework, a platform where we have bilateral, tripartite agreements, where industry has gotten that acumen of acceptance in the global world, and where some of the academic institutions like the IITs and IIMs and few public institutions like ours and other institutions have found a space for themselves. But there are a large number of institutions who are still struggling in terms of finding a space in the global landscape in terms of positioning as to whether India stands for innovation, whether India stands for what we call it as the technological leader from the academic perspective. And this is what this panel is going to be discussing today. I'll introduce the first panel member, Sangeet Varghese. I'll introduce you to Sangeet, who has been globally acclaimed thinker, and he has been ranked amongst the top 10 global thinkers in 2011 from Harvard and London School of Economics. He's the personal advisor to 3 prime ministers of the world on the matters of leadership and youth development. He's been an ambassador of Harvard and listed in Who's Who in the world in the year 2012-13. He has been consulting for nations from Africa and Asia, institutions like UNO, World Bank, ADB, and Fortune 500 companies. He has also been an author, and the global bestseller book which is written is Open Source Leaders and Decide to Lead. He was honored as the first Asian youth ambassador by government of Libya. So he's been in various continents. He's been in Africa, has been in the United Kingdom, and now he's located and based out of Bangalore and leading a company called LeadCap. Over to you, Sangeet, for this session today. And he's also advising the government of Karnataka currently on educational matters.
Thank you very much, Apurva. All right. So in my 15 minutes or so, the way I have done this is to prepare a context, set a context as far as the usage of knowledge, technology, and innovation to promote the collaboration goes, right? And I'm going to draw extensively from one of the works which I'm doing currently, which is a book which I'm authoring alongside with Thomas Landesh, who's the director of WHO based in Paris, and Karine Sargassian, who is the Dean of the Graz Medical University based in Austria. And the book is the book is called The Future of Our World in 2050, Enabling Governments, Education, and Businesses. And as we were researching about this book, one of the very interesting insights which came to us, in fact, the future of education and learning in 2050 is one of the important topics that we are discussing in the book. And one insight which stuck with me is the fact that learning throughout our ages has always reflected the work culture. Learning has always been a mirror reflection of our jobs, of our careers, of our work culture. So let me elaborate this a bit, right? Several thousands of years back, so probably 10,000s of years back, humankind were more of hunter-gatherers. And at that point of time, it was more of a skill-based job rather than a labor-intensive thing. Right? So you would end up hunting in bursts and spurts, and then all the rest of the time is kind of free time. Right? So learning at that point of time actually reflected that job, the work which adults were doing. Right? So it was actually like a play and exploration. The learning was more about playing. The learning was more about exploration, and there was no distinguishing factor between a work and a play at that point of time. And then humankind settled down into farming. And then there was a flip in the kind of work which we were doing. Until that time, it was skill-based, not labor-intensive. And suddenly, the work became much more rigorous. It was less skill-based, but it was about labor, labor-intensive, repetitive labor, long hours. And that's the time our learning or an education started reforming itself. But the real change in the way we learn and we educate ourselves came in during the Industrial Revolution. And again, going back to the first point which I made, our learning kind of reflects, let me not even say kind of, the learning reflects work culture, right? And in the Industrial Revolution, our learning actually started mirroring our work culture. 6 hours a day, repetitive work, adult micromanagement, strict regimented learning, compartmentalized learning. Your social science is completely compartmentalized from a science, is completely compartmentalized from an art. Right? So again, similar to the work culture wherein during the Industrial Revolution, the factory culture part of it, right? And so at that point of time itself, the culture itself went through a revolution from a rural, agrarian, home-based setup. Adults were moved into an urban, factory-centric, thousands of workers working in under untidy circumstances part of it, right? And our learning started becoming a reflection of that. The unfortunate part is that for the last several centuries, our learning has remained almost the same. Though the work is slowly breaking off that inertia and started moving forward because of the advent of IT, we are seeing that the work is slowly coming out of that strict regimentalized, compartmentalized, supervised, what I call it as the Taylorian scientific management principles of brains at the top and work at the bottom kind of a thing. Everything has to be monitored continuously. If you are not monitoring something, everything has got a tendency to go awry. So our education started reflecting exactly that. But what I feel very strongly is that the inflection point as far as education has not yet come in. That is yet to set in. Probably in the next decade or so, we would start that inflection point we would start seeing that inflection point setting in. And that would also be a reflection of the work culture that we would be going through. If we look at the work culture, we see that it is reforming itself. It is no longer the very tight hierarchy-oriented work culture what we are talking about. There has been a disruption. So there is a no hierarchy, flat, responsive, horizontal organizations which we are talking about. Right? In my last book, Open Source Leader, I suggest that it is not because it is politically correct it is moving towards that, but that is the only evolutionarily stable format where the ruled and the rulers, the inertia between them is actually minimized to a certain level. So that's why a work culture, democracies, all of them will move into, or even our families, every single social setup will move into a very democratic setup kind of a thing. Which is exactly what would happen to our learning also. Until now, our learning has been, or an educational spaces, if I'm talking about the educational spaces part of it, the tangible infrastructural spaces part of it, it has been a reflective of a conveyor belt. The students sit in rows, they face to the front, there is a discipline which is enforced, there is toil, there is repetitive labor. But as we move ahead, as the work ends up going through a disruption, learning also would end up going through the disruption. So the spaces which we are talking about, from the current restrictive spaces, defined spaces, well-defined auditoriums, well-defined classrooms, it would move into dynamic classrooms. There would be more of exploration and experimentation. It would, most importantly, it would become non-infrastructure driven. The next important thing which would end up happening as far as education is concerned is, until now, unfortunately, it has been based on the Taylorian scientific management principles, and not really R&D on learning itself. That's the unfortunate part of it. We have been based our pedagogy on a management principle rather than on the R&D learning. And as we are moving ahead, it would move more towards the learning specifics, developmental biology, mathematical modeling, brain learning. That's what it would end up moving towards. So rather than from a management perspective, it would move away from that towards an R&D perspective part of it. Next important thing which would end up evolving, like the work, what we are saying about work is that in 2050, by the time we reach 2050, there would be a complete disruption of the multinationals which we are seeing these days. We would move more towards micro multinationals. So there would be small companies, very piddly companies, no infrastructure, as I suggested earlier. Right? We would move towards individual entrepreneurs who are able to capture the world. And exactly like the individual entrepreneurship, exactly like the spirit of the workplaces, schools, higher educational institutions would move towards micro schooling. So mass universities, we extrapolate, would cease to exist. There wouldn't be any mass universities as such, but mass universities would be replaced by micro schools, would be replaced by pods, which would be replaced by traveling schools, dynamic schools. That's what it would be. And it would also move towards a project-based learning, a real-time learning. You are not going to get into a BSc, which would end up taking you 3 years, a master's, which would end up taking you 2 years, a PhD, which would take you 5 years, 6 years. That's not what you would end up moving towards. You would end up disrupting your education completely, that you would move towards a project-based learning. Like I suggested in the initial part, as hunter-gatherers, there was no distinguishing line between, there was no separation between work and play. And as we evolve, probably education would move again back to that space where there is no distinguishing line, there is no straight line between work and play. Work and play would merge. Everybody is playing and everybody is learning at the same time. So essentially what I'm suggesting is that is that in the case of India, as we are talking about collaboration, as we are talking about research and development and technology and innovation part of it, we shouldn't be left in such a situation where by the time we learn the rules of the game has changed. That's what I'm setting the context in. By the time we learn the rules, it shouldn't be such that the game itself has changed. I would probably drop in another bit of context before I end up wrapping up. If you look at the demographics, when we look at the demographic perspective, 2030 ahead, South Asia and Africa would have a much higher cohort of the young population, the typical higher education learning population of about 18 to 24 years. But when we look at Europe, it would have a much lower population of the youngsters. So what does it really mean for the higher education? So for the higher education in Europe, it would mean that there would be intense competition as far as the universities are concerned, as far as the colleges, as far as the higher educational institution. There would be intense competition among the universities as far as Europe is concerned. US is a different game. US would survive simply because of the fact that they would have a bigger cohort of the 18 to 24 years. But in the case of EU, a lot of these large universities, public sustained universities, would end up shutting down. A lot of them would be taken over by universities and colleges back in India and China. In the EU, the best will survive. Say some of the countries where we found that the universities would end up surviving include the UK, Germany, France. Also because it is a reflection of the work, the theme which I've been talking about. It's a reflection of the work. They end up attracting migrants for work and the lifestyle part of it, and then their universities would survive based on the migrants. But the Eastern Bloc, Romania, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Latvia, Lithuania, all those countries, there would be a withering away of the higher educational institutions because they really can't sustain themselves. And that's where, in fact, Sir was mentioning in his previous speech about the Bologna process would come in. The compatibility of the higher educational institutions, the student mobility, the seamless mobility between one to the other. So thinking ahead beyond 2030, beyond 2040, or probably just about a couple of years, 2-3 years from now, what we really need to think about is not just from an Indian perspective part of it. There is a South Asia, which I spoke about, where there would be a large cohort of young population which would come in. I spoke about Africa, where a large cohort of young people would come in. China is attracting tremendous amount of students from Indonesia, from Taiwan, from Thailand, right? So these are countries where China is spreading its wings. So the question which we need to ask ourselves is, would we be ready to cater to a South Asia and Africa at that point of time? We would no longer be, if we are catering only to India, probably that's not the game at all. That's where the important thing comes in. Because at that point of time, by 2050, by 2040 itself, almost 50% of the PhDs would be produced by China. So where would we be? We were lucky to get onto the IT bandwagon. So innovation, collaboration, research, all those information technology, all those things we were able to grasp also because we got lucky in life because of there was a Y2K bug. So a lot of Indians got onto the bandwagon, and learning reflects work. Just because there was more work for the IT, there was more engineering institutions coming in. So we were lucky at that point of time. But the minute we move on, we have moved on from IT, we have moved on to AI, we have moved on to machine learning, and China is out there. A lot of PhDs come from China. So where are we is the question which we need to ask ourselves. So essentially the question or the context which I'm setting in over here is that by the time we master this game, By the time we master this game of collaboration in knowledge, technology, innovation, would the game itself have changed? What would happen if the game gets changed? Thank you.
Thank you. It was a very, very different perspective in terms of looking at the future sitting here today. So I think you gave a very, very strong perspective in what to expect and what needs to be really done. Thank you, Sangeet, for that very, very insightful talk that you gave. Now I'll bring in our next panelist, the second speaker for this session, Samak Roy Chaudhary. Samak Roy Chaudhary is the director of IUCA Pune, that is Inter-University Center for Astronomy and Astrophysics. Sir is a graduate from Presidency College, University of Calcutta, and he did his further studies in University of Oxford, UK. He's done his PhD from the University of Cambridge, UK. He worked some time in United States of America and also was a part of the Chandra X-ray Observatory at NASA. After teaching for over a decade at the University of Birmingham, UK, he returned to India as the head of physics and dean of science of Presidency College, Calcutta, before he became the director of IUCA. Sir is an illustrious researcher and is a fellow of National Academy of Sciences, Royal Astronomical Society and Astronomical Society of India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Palkar. I'm here in August company, and wonderful to see Dr. Phatak here, and my colleagues. Dr. Deshpande is also here. Of course, I am in IUCA, which is in the SCPU campus. Dr. Karmalkar and our institute, we work very closely together. I also thank Mr. Varghese for setting the context to this discussion. I think the demographic dividend is going to feature very prominently in what I have to say, what we have to say in this panel when we look towards the future. Let me first introduce IUCA, the institute which I represent. We were set up about 30 years ago in Pune as a center of excellence in the subject of astronomy, astrophysics, and related subjects. At a time when these subjects were not taught in Indian universities, and the idea was to bring the subjects as a mode of research as well as teaching to Indian universities. At that time, very few people were involved in this kind of work in India, but also to create a research environment for university professors and their students to do research in this kind of subject. Now, in the 80s, we had this unfortunate divide in India between research and teaching. The Indian universities were kind of away from the research environment, partly because the setup in India of separating research from universities, sometimes formally and sometimes inadvertently, because the kind of teaching loads that some of the people in colleges and universities had meant that they could not really engage in research. And so one of the things that the Inter-University Center as a kind of example to many subjects took up was to bring university teachers together, and now we have about 170 of them bring their students every year to IUCA during the year, and then we make sure they get active, and we also network all across India in order to make sure that these subjects are taught. We network them with a whole bunch of institutions all across the world. In fact, then IUCA started building international facilities so that Indian researchers and teachers could have access to international facilities. And I'll talk a little bit about them. So I think one of the important things here is that in the current world, we become an international force only if we can network efficiently and we can pool our resources together. And this is why not only do we work at a smaller level, we work very closely with Pune University here, but also work with all the universities that we can have access to across India and now across the world. And we have 100 international visitors physically here before the pandemic hit. Now, as a result of this, and partly because science has no boundaries, even Indian science should not have any boundaries. Things that originate in this country go across the world. We have this very natural way of working together to internationalize the whole our research, our work, our teaching, everything. And as a result, we have been online ready for a very long time. It was not because of the pandemic that we are interacting online. Before this culture started, we were using TeamSpeak, Skype, Google Meet, all of these to work regularly. The difference is, I used to work in my office and sometimes go on telecoms. Now I live on Zoom and sometimes go home. But and the other difference is that the others have joined us. Academics have always been networking through telecoms and videocons. I can now very nicely do the same thing with ministers and government officials and the larger public. And the public, are now comfortable with having such software on their phone, and we can network with them, and that's very, very, very important. But let me stick to academic research for the moment, and I'll tell you why this is very important. Right now, IUCA is involved in getting the universities in India and their students and teachers linked in the big mega projects all across the world. And you have heard about some of these, for example, in physics, in my subject, India is now a very, very important part in almost all of the mega projects that are happening all across the world. This wasn't true when I was a student. When I was growing up in the 80s, we knew that if we wanted to do cutting edge research, we had to go abroad, particularly in experimental research, and get the expertise, do the research there, and maybe eventually come back to India to interact with the younger population. Now such things are available in India and will be available more and more and more. Give an example in the astrophysical field. India is one of 5 countries that's building the largest telescope in the world, the 30-meter telescope in Hawaii, along with China, Japan, the US, and Canada. And that's India's 10% of it. And India is not just giving the money, it's building a large fraction of the mirrors that will be assembled together to build the 30-meter telescope. It is building the hardware that will control these mirrors, and these are being built in small companies dotted all across India. We are working very closely with Indian industry on this. The entire software is being written in Pune. The entire software that will control the largest telescope in the world will be written here. So all that is there because we can actually offer this technology to the world. We are going to build the 3rd LIGO observatory, as you know, the gravitational wave observatory in Maharashtra. And of the 4 institutions who are building it, IUCA is one, and IUCA is the key institution because it has all the scientists associated with it. The other institutions, the DAE institutions who are building it, are providing the engineering support, and later on the science operations will be run by IUCA. Why is that? Because we have the universities and their students who are going to do that research with these facilities. No other institution, the research institutions that used to run the research in the last decades, don't have that manpower. The manpower is in the universities, and that's where the demographic dividend the previous speaker talked about comes in. In order to run large facilities, large science, big science, we need people, right? We are now part of, as you know, SKA, the Square Kilometer Array, which is going to be in Australia and Southern Africa, the largest radio facility in the world, radio telescopes. Big advances in technology and computer sciences as a result, because the sheer computing power that is needed by this particular facility is just immense. All the IITs are involved in our work in doing this in LIGO, in SKA, and in TMT. And you can see that this is cutting edge science because LIGO got the Nobel Prize 3 years ago. The Nobel Prize in physics last year went to our partners who are building TMT with us, Andrea Ghez. And then that's because her telescope is just a small version of the big telescope that we are going to build. And of the Nobel Prize winning paper for LIGO, 40 of the 1,000 authors were in Indian institutions. So we are making a difference already, and we are planning to do these things. Now, why am I saying all this? I'm saying in this context that we will become networked with the world in knowledge and technology only if we can offer key resources to international collaborations. People will not collaborate with us unless we have something to offer. And this is exactly what's happening. That is why I outlined that when we were building the 30-meter telescope, most of the stuff is being built in India of the telescope itself. Canada is building the enclosure, Japan is building the telescope, the optics we are building, and that's because we know how to do it. In LIGO, we are doing the quantum optics and a lot of the theoretical work, the software, all that, because India has that facility. Indians can do this, and as a result of this happening now, the younger generation that is coming up, which, as you heard, is going to dominate the world in the next few decades, has the opportunity of being retained in the country and still work on international facilities while they are in the country. The human resources are the most important thing that we have to concentrate on. We already have this. We already have, I can see in IUCA, a large number of foreign students and researchers want to come and spend time here. We've always had a contingency of Middle Eastern and African, Latin American students coming and spending time here. We now have tie-ups with the British universities where their PhD students spend half their time here and things like that. This is something that we have to take forward. In the morning, we heard about these potential tie-ups that can happen, and this we have to do that. And as a result, we are also building up these networks between international partners and Indian universities. Now, the time has come for us, and this pandemic shutdown has shown us the importance of technology, online technology to do this networking. Now, this networking can happen at many levels. And first of all, as I said, the research networking absolutely happens. It used to happen and it will still happen. A collaboration like LIGO, a collaboration like CERN in physics, always, I mean, we are thousands of researchers working together. We had to work on online platforms, talking to each other. We can't go and physically meet at every meeting. But now it has opened it up to online instruction. Of course, we are now the National Resource Center here in IUCA for astrophysics, so we are producing all these MOOCs, etc. But what is necessary now, and this I think is very important for the report that we are contributing towards, is for us on this online mode to provide, this is my last point, provide to the country, to the general public, to young students, to undergraduates, to postgraduates, everybody, a feel for the research that is going on in this country at various levels. Undergraduates would want, so as an undergraduate, when I was an undergraduate, I had no idea what research the Tata Institute does, for example, or the Indian Institute of Science does. I was fortunate that I was a national talent scholar, and so I could go to a camp at IISc, and then I could see scientists at work. But now, using virtual reality, using just simple discussions like this, interactive discussions on Zoom, on online platforms, we can bring the research that's happening in the country to the general public, to young people, high school students, undergraduates, postgraduates, to tell them what we're doing so that they know. Otherwise, they will think still that what happens, the cutting edge is abroad, cutting edge is not in India. And we've already done this. In the last year, it is amazing. I'll give you 3 examples. We have an online summer school. We have a summer school every summer for undergraduates in astrophysics. And every year we have 1,000 people applying. These are all undergraduates from physics, maths, engineering departments all over the country. And we can only take 50 people because we have only 50 rooms in our guest house. Last year and this year, we opened it up to everybody. I have 1,200 people attending my summer school lectures right now. They're all undergraduates at IITs and state universities, right? So this is just shows us that we can reach, and they're all doing all the exercises, etc. That's one example. Second example is last year in June, we had a solar eclipse, total solar eclipse, which was a wonderful spectacle. We used that as a way of reaching out to the general public to teach them about astronomy. So we had a live program, TV style, where we talked a lot and we showed the eclipse in various parts of the country. This was live broadcast on YouTube, and you wouldn't believe it, 1.2 lakh people attended that single program. And I was doing this sitting here in this office with my colleagues. So that just shows the power of how much one can reach out and show. And in that, kind of 3 or 4 hour program, we talked a lot about what we do, what astronomers do, how to look at the sky and get the thing across. Recently, we started teacher training for school teachers and telling them about how to bring innovation into their classroom. Normally, we do these things with local school teachers, 40, 50 people attend. We had 2,600 registrations just for our Marathi speaking program, right all across Maharashtra, right? And we broke them up, and we're doing this in Marathi. Now we're going to do this in Hindi, we're going to do this in English, and expand. So this just shows the power of the online platform in networking teachers, networking students, and networking young people to showcase research. And so I invite you to think about the implications of all this in terms of our compatibility with the international community when it comes to collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Shaumak Rai Chaudhary, for this very insightful session, where you actually put on the table how IUCA is collaborating on various platforms and how the landscape has changed completely with the COVID, and which has opened up new horizons for collaborations and partnerships. Thank you so much. We move on to Anand Deshpande ji today. Dr. Anand Deshpande, a very well-known name across the country and globally for the kind of contribution that he's done in the IT sector. He's the founder, chairman, and managing director of Persistent Systems since its inception, and he is being overall responsible for leadership, strategy, and management of the company. Goes without saying that he has done his BTech honors in computer science and engineering from IIT Kharagpur, MS and PhD in computer science from Indiana University, Indiana, USA. He's been recognized by his alma mater, IIT Kharagpur, as distinguished alumnus in 2012 and by the School of Informatics of Indiana University and Career Achievement Award in 2007. So his alma mater, both alma maters have recognized him for the kind of work that he's done. He's a true technology visionary, and his strengths lie in identifying and investing in next-gen technology. So we really have a blend of someone who spoke on what is going to happen futuristically. We had Shaumak to speak about what's really happening in the space right now as far as the IUCA is concerned. And now we have Anand to give us his talk on the futuristic. I don't know what he is going to give us, but I'm sure we will have a feast today from Anand. Over to you, Dr. Anand.
Oh, thanks a lot for inviting me here. It's a real pleasure to be on this forum and this panel. I'm a complete outsider here, so I can get away to some extent because I'm not really a researcher and I don't have any pretensions of saying that I'm a researcher at all. But I just want to give you a little bit of my personal context to share with you a few projects that I've been involved in the last, I would say 2 years, which have some relevance for this conversation. So I thought I'd bring you some of the challenges and difficulties we had in bringing it all together. So in my day job, of course, I've been working at Persistent for the last 30 years. And we have had good collaborations with US universities. several of them, all the way from MIT to Virginia Tech to Indiana, and several universities, where our value proposition to universities has been that you do your research, we do your data for you. This proposition works very well because all researchers have to deal with data and they struggle with data management of their own data. And as a software company, we've had good financial returns in working with universities worldwide with this certain propositions. So I have a pretty good sense of some of these data-centric projects that happen, whether it is genomics or some of the work we do with Virginia Tech, which is quite cutting edge. So that's been one area. The other project, as Shamak mentioned, we've been also part of the IUCA project. Most significantly, the earliest one that ran for several years was this project we did called Virtual Observatory India. And Professor Phatak was one of the reviewers on that project for many years. And this was an interesting project that we did. And over there, extending on, we have been working with SKA and with TMT to some extent, but more with SKA over these years. So the point I'm trying to make is that as someone coming in from an industry point of view, with a clearly profit motive as our objective, we can still be a valuable partner in an industry or academic relationship with large research projects, because there are certain things that we can bring in, such as programmers, that are needed by all the researchers. And it is very hard for researchers to hire their own programmers. So we tend to do better when you have large amounts of data and somebody needs to manage it. We tend to do a professional job of getting that to happen. The other area that I want to bring into this conversation is that for the last 1 year now, I have been part of the VLDB endowment. VLDB is a very large database. So this is an endowment, meaning we are about 18 trustees in this group, all international. I'm the only representative for India this year. And we focus on database conferences, database issues. And with this pandemic, the fact that people have kind of accepted asynchronous conferences and distributed events and hybrid events, we are really re-looking at how had the opportunity of working with a lot of database researchers to try to identify what would they need, how do they look at their own careers, what should they be doing, and how does collaboration between industry and academics start to make sense. And this has been happening globally. I'll be happy to share some of the readings and results that we have collected from this whole thing. And the reason it happened is that all these conferences need industries to sponsor. So what are you going to give the industry? So, well, what can the academics give the industry, and how can this collaboration be worked out? Most recently, I've been working on 3 projects of significance, which are my long-term projects in some sense. So the first one that I did recently, which we launched in November this year, was I set up a Center for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning for the gems and jewelry industry. Now, this is India's gems and jewelry, diamond polishing guys, and all these kinds of people. And they don't do AI and tech, but I happened to do a talk with them, and I looked at the problem, and we found that this is a $80 billion industry in India. India is a leader, and we really need to put AI and machine learning to solve their problems, and the benefits that you can create are tremendous. And we were able to work this thing out through getting all the industry guys together, and we got the IIT Bombay to set up a group at the Center for, they call it C-Minds, for Machine Intelligence and Data Science, and they have identified a professor. And we were able to get a 3 crore grant from the government under the AI grant that they have from the Ministry of IT. So again, very interestingly, what I was trying to bring in is that this is a fairly aggressive or ambitious research project, but we did not start with the university to get this going somewhere. So there's a opportunity that there are a lot of other activities going on where maybe there is a collaboration opportunity. 2 other projects that I'm working on right now. So one of them is called ICGA Foundation. So this is the Indian Cancer Genome Atlas. So I've been working, and I must claim my basic contribution has been to bring in together all the cancer researchers across India, the international ones. So we've got people from the US, part of NCI and TCGA. We also have people from UK and Bangladesh together with us. And we are trying to build this sort of ambitious public-private philanthropy partnership to create an open data platform for cancer data, which is something that it's a very ambitious project right now, which we have started by setting up a Section 8 company in Pune a few months back, and now we are trying to roll this over. But this is again another example of a potentially large international project, which can be a research project solving real problems. And the reason I say these are less about talking about the project, but I'm trying to use these as examples of where I ran into difficulties and trying to suggest what can the university, and as you think about future research and research of this kind, what are the different kinds of things that you may want to consider as you look at it? And the last one I want to mention, I'm working very closely right now with RSSDI. RSSDI is a Research Society for Study of Diabetes in India. Okay, so I have collected all the major diabetes, let's call it research clinicians. So these guys are all medical doctors who are diabetes people, and they are diabetologists and other things. And we all agree that diabetes is a huge issue for India. It's a sociological problem. It's a big burden on our healthcare system for the future. Our diabetes is different from anywhere else in the world. We need our own data to be collected, and we need research against our own data. And we have done very little so far in the last hundreds of years to collect our own data of high quality. So how do we bring it all together is sort of where my context comes in. So very briefly, I've been working from the industry point of view, trying to use my influence in connecting people and networking people to bring in together and trying to create, in my opinion, this fear of missing out. So trying to tell all these people that, hey, if you don't participate in this, it's your loss. I'm not asking you for money. I need you to work with us. And if we all work together collectively, we have better data to work together. And then we have a game that can be very useful. So this is the context from which I come in. And what I find now is that more and more of this research is becoming very interesting. It is grand. It is solving bigger problems, needs more energy, more collaboration. And when you look at these kinds of things, you need long-term funding, you need resources which are large, you need to invest in a data infrastructure that can survive hundreds of years in some sense, in the sense that all the data that gets collected needs to be managed, and you need the cloud and other infrastructure that makes it possible, but also you need to think about it in a broader way. And another interesting aspect of at least these projects that I'm working on has a very broader stakeholder interest, meaning when you're trying to look at diabetes or cancer, you're looking at people who are all across the ecosystem, and there is stakeholder activism, interest, and all of those things that one has to take into account when we are looking at these. This kind of a multi-cultural, multidisciplinary, collaborative large project requires people from academics, corporates, government, and philanthropy. But all of these projects that I mentioned to you, they are all driven by either professionals in the practice or industry, but not by the academics yet. But we would like to include academicians in this. So we need to figure out a way of how we can work together across various kinds of things. And we also have government who has been supporting us on some of these areas. One of the interesting observations that I have is that while the partnership is very handy, each partner has a very different motivation of why they want to participate and partner in this. So trying to make sure that you are able to be sensitive to different requirements for profit companies, non-profit companies. If someone is a young researcher, they're interested in tenure, they're interested in getting their publications to happen. And if they do not see those publications that they will see, they will not collaborate and cooperate. So a lot of this work really needs to think about what are the incentives, how do you get patient capital, which will be willing to take this hit over 5, 7, 10 years, and then be able to invest over a period of time, take some risks. And most of these things, when you have an individual who wants to participate, he needs to work in an organization where there is supportive leadership, because without that, you will not be able to get these individuals to participate in a project of grand scale, because the results are going to come in much later. What I find is that as far as we are concerned in India, we have certain advantages in some sense that these kinds of projects can be actually engineered from India. They are much harder to do these things out of the US or any other part of the world. And we now, I think, have moved past this world where we expect funding to come from outside India. We are able to fund our own projects. And I think that is a great plus. In many of these projects, while this has not been a primary concern for me right now, the availability of large student population, large number of qualified professionals, And generally, younger, hungry professionals has really been a good reason why companies and individuals have been very keen to collaborate with us. The IT industry has demonstrated that such a thing is possible. So I've been able to kind of use my credibility and the fact that we do work with a lot of international people. And so we had a discussion recently. For example, we want to use the Illumina machine for some of the project we are doing with the ICGS stuff, and we were able to get access to the CEO of Illumina because we do some software work for him, and it was a very nice call because you could get in and then you could get different kinds of things to happen. And one of the things that I think India can do very well, which will help in the long term in our ability to do this research, will be our policy on how we collect, manage, and make data public. So what does it mean to have data? And if we can define the right kinds of data policies, that would be a good reason for people to collaborate with us. Most of the research that I'm involved in, or I see myself thinking about, is a lot to do with data and how data will get leveraged for machine learning, AI, or whatever else you might want to do. And the key is having good quality data. So first, the ability to collect data, create collated data, and clean it up and make that available, and then eventually tag it. All of this stuff can be best done out of India. And I think if we do something to define the data policies very effectively, that is something I think would really help. One of the things I just want to finish at this moment by just sharing a couple of things in this whole context that I think we can think about. And I want to sort of follow up on what Sangeet mentioned in his presentation as well. So as we look ahead from here on, from say 2021 all the way for the next 50 years, it is very clear that science is going to evolve, new technologies are going to evolve, and we're going to see new things as they go along. And one of the things that I think in terms of how work is changing, I believe the gig worker economy is here to stay. Everyone is going to be self-employed in some form or the other and will be working all the time. And they'll have to be continuously learning. And I think all of us will go through phases where we will be time sharing our day into different activities, including some of it being in research and some of it being a student. Sometime we are a teacher and sometime we are doing something else. So this whole concept that the university has of saying students come to the university when between the age of 21, say 18 to 23, they get their undergrad, maybe they stay on for PhD, they are there till 30, 35. After you are done with your PhD, you should get away and do something else. I think that concept is a little broken. I think we will see a world where we will, at different stages in our lives, we might want to be researchers, we might want to be learners. And this whole blending across a timeline of an individual's lifetime where the university is a lifelong service rather than a college where you go for 4 years. This concept of where the university needs to see the citizens as a learner community in the city and researcher community in the city and bringing it all together is where I think the world is headed. So I think this is a great opportunity for us to think differently, think about grand projects, leverage all the resources we have, including the data that we have, and the ability to clean up and curate that data, which no other country has. And if we can put this all right, I think we can really be a first-class partner in all of these research collaborations and are not dependent on just saying, oh, we have lots of people, so we can send some people abroad. I think we can really do real research here because we have the data that nobody else has. I'll stop here and be happy to take questions as we go along.
Insightful. I'm really amazed to learn so much about the healthcare sector. I mean, that's something that you spoke of the other day also. That's where you're heading towards, and probably the futuristic research areas is what you've really identified. And very, very
Actually,
important.
one comment I want to make before you move on.
Yeah.
I've been reading a lot about non-fungible tokens and what non-fungible tokens can do and NFTs and other things. I think that's another interesting opportunity of how we could leverage our data. This may be something you want to park for another conversation later on, but I think the internet is moving to the internet of value, from the internet of information to internet of value. And as it moves to the internet of value, the value of data and the assets that we have in India, we should definitely have a policy on how to monetize them before other people tell us what to do with it. I'll leave that thought. It's, I think, something that we should spend a separate session on. I'll talk about it later.
Certainly.
Fantastic. I think, sir also agrees to the fact that we will have another session on that particular topic with you and deliberate on that particular topic. Now bring in Dr. H. Vinod Bhatt here in this discussion. Now we have somebody who is an MD in community medicine, and he's an honorary fellow of Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, Glasgow. He's been appointed as the Executive Vice President of Manipal Academy of Higher Education since July 2020. He's the Executive Vice President of MAHE Manipal. He is by heart a researcher, and he has several scientific publications in national and international journals. He has a rich experience in research, and he's been responsible for spectacular growth in external research funding attracted by Manipal Academy of Higher Education. He's established Manipal Universal Press, which has been able to bring in 90 publications in a very short duration of time. He's been played a very important, significant role in bringing in endowments for Manipal hospitals, having been the Chief Medical Officer. He has recently served as the advisor to Manipal Global Education Services. Over to you, Dr. Bhatt.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar. So it's been an honor listening to some of the eminent speakers through the day. I might have missed out on a few sessions, but I could get the gist of that when in passing, when others were talking about speakers. As we go through this period of detention and forced home confinement, which is forced on us by COVID-19, we have developed an amazing range of technical experience and expertise in engaging our students. Some universities have done much better than most others. More than anything else, this disruption has brought in an acceptance of using technology in higher education, something that the traditionalists and regulators refuse to recognize. So this is something that has happened in the last 1.5 years. It's time that we look beyond Swayam and Coursera. While we are now talking, and I think the entire country has adopted to varying degrees of adopting and taking from Swayam and Coursera. Let's also look at a few other things that are happening in the world. And I was quite impressed by the work of IIT Bombay in putting up their lectures and courses online. But a similar project is something which has been started by Oxford faculty, some of the faculty from the humanities from Oxford, and it's called WOOLF, WOOLF. It's an evolving digital platform with courses offered by teachers from across the world for students across the world. So we were talking about, I think somebody talked about democratization as we go along, every institution, I think Sangeet mentioned that. And this to me looks a very democratic kind of a platform, which is having all the best of courses from the best of teachers for anybody to accept and personalize. So Dr. Sahasrabudhe also mentioned about the Gurukul system and how it can be leveraged going forward. But here we already have, and we are seeing a one-on-one engagement between faculty and student through WOOLF. Whether it is sustainable, whether it can continue forever, whether it will evolve, it's too early to say. It can fade, it may, but I think these are the things that are coming to light, especially now. But I should also mention that some of these technologies were tried and experimented even before COVID. The second thing that's happening is something which is called as Coordinated Online International Learning, or COIL. So it's been abbreviated and acronymized as COIL. When mobility of students has been hampered and students cannot go from universities to universities, from country to country. And when mobility is a good index of a university standing, in these times, virtual mobility has become something that is as good as physical mobility. And in the middle of this pandemic, we are now seeing a lot of universities across the world collaborating in developing courses, in creating curriculum, in deciding the mode of delivery, in finding out how the assessment should be. And in a virtual classroom, you find students from more than one country participating. It may not be as good as a physical mobility, but it also sits well on the student in terms of his own learning, his own exposure to different cultures, different methods of learning and teaching and assessment. And I feel this is something that can be looked at going forward. Why I brought up these two issues here is that the national education policy, or the new education policy as it was mentioned, the national education policy has now opened up the opportunities for bringing in innovation in higher education. There's no stopping us now. The initial first few steps which the UGC did initially and AICTE tried out was making compulsory that some proportion of credit should be learned through online learning. And that is a good beginning. But taking forward from that, these innovative solutions, these kinds of changes and new thinking will bring in a whole lot of different educational experience for students, which also means that the faculty also have to be trained adequately. So therefore, there is no stopping from the regulator. In fact, but there's a mention in the new education policy that these kind of innovations should be practiced as you go along. But I have a feeling that the best thing that you can do as a regulator, as an accrediting agency, would be to give brownie points for universities and institutions which adopt and embrace these kinds of changes in education. So this is something that can go as a recommendation from this committee, saying that incentives for universities which accept new methods of teaching and which is linked to learning objectives. So as long as those learning objectives are met, and if that innovation has worked, then it can be a good example for something that other universities can emulate and take forward. Now, these are the two academic points that I wanted to talk about, but it doesn't, a university doesn't end by turning out good graduates or workforce for our industry. I think Dr. Roy Choudhury talked about the earlier mistakes that the country had done in segregating the research institutions from teaching institutions. Very valid point. And if you're looking at the kind of expectations from research institutions, from the government, from everybody concerned, is that they also teach. Now, what is expected from teaching universities is that they also be involved in research. Therefore, it should be both doing both, but the proportion would be different. A teaching university will be having quite a bit of teaching load, but they should not shy away from research. And the way to do that would be to hire researchers for the university. And this is something that every university has to do. And if you look at our own progress as a university, Manipal was founded on a dream. Dr. T.M. Pai, Dr. Madhav Pai, who was a medical doctor, set up the first ever private medical college in this country way back in 1953. And in the first batch of medical students, he had international students. So right from 1953, we have had international students on campus. In 1993, we were invited by the government of Malaysia to set up a medical college in Malaysia. And this was at a point when 1 out of 3 medical students and practitioners in Malaysia was trained in Manipal. So looking at the kind of graduates that were working in Malaysia, we were invited to set up a medical school in Malaysia that became an offshore campus of Manipal. So we have international students. We have more than 1,500 international students on campus. In addition, more than 1,000 students from all over the world come to Manipal for a semester, for short courses, for summer courses, for immersion programs and so on. So internationalization, if measured in terms of mobility, we have done fairly well. But we know that internationalization is not mere mobility. It also involves setting up campuses. We have one more campus in Dubai, in the academic city. And all that happened after we became a deemed to be university. So I think to Savitribai Pune University, I can only say that what Dr. Mittal told in the inaugural talk, become a deemed university and then everything else follows. So even when you become an institution of eminence, as Manipal has been now since 2018, everything becomes clear once you get to be an IOE, and then you become a deemed university, then you become eligible to set up a campus anywhere in the world. So this is something that I hope the Vice Chancellor will take, and I wish him all the best. But before that, there are two other things that I want to talk about: research collaborations. So as we move from student mobility to faculty mobility to co-taught programs to everything else that is in academics, one of the things that the universities are measured in today's ranking world is how many of your papers are co-authored with international faculty. I think this is something that people who are involved in the university management understand very well. And this is a metric that is going to be very critical in the years to come if we have to be counted by any kind of ranking agency in the world. Now, to do that, we must have some equal standing between researchers in India and researchers overseas. It is not just in competence, but also in our research behavior. To do that, I have one set of recommendations for the committee to deliberate. We can go forward. I think we can add flesh to that. And that is to create a research ecosystem in the country. And by ecosystem, I mean you set up inadequate funding for universities. And second is that you also facilitate research. And by facilitation, I mean, if you look at the current grant positions for universities, there is no provision for the PI. He is expected to teach as he used to do before, and plus carry out his research work. So if in funding itself, in the line item of the budget, if there is a provision for a part of the PI salary to come from the grant, which means that so much more time is available for the faculty to continue with this meaningful and serious research. And second, also to provide for postdoc positions in research grants. So these are two things that can come about in your recommendations. And also in terms of the way we approach our publications. So Dr. Bhushan Patwardhan, I think when he was the vice chair of UGC, changed the entire list of UGC journals, which is a welcome change. And we are now seeing a big reform there. But it is time that we look at open access journals for publication. It is impossible for individual researchers or universities or institutions to subscribe to any kind of meaningful open access package with any publisher. Therefore, if we can find out a mechanism where there is one subscription for the country, and the country then, which means all the group of universities in the country, then the entire research community will have the benefit of publishing in good open access journals. So these are some recommendations that I feel can be incorporated in the report that you're going to write. And if there is anything more, I'll be more than happy. The advantage of being the last speaker is that you can always say everything else has been spoken before me. But the disadvantage is that you find people falling out from the participant list as we go forward. So before everybody leaves, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatt, for giving us that inputs for the report, from the report perspective as well. It really doesn't matter whether people drop in or not, because the whole idea is to get opinions from everyone and create that India report, which is more important, because the idea was not more from the perspective of people listening. Anyways, we've already decided that we'll create small videos of whatever we've done today and share it on the YouTube for people to know. But before we close on to this session, I will request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir to give his remarks on this session.
Thank you, Dr. Palkar. It's indeed been a feast since morning. We began at 10:30 and we had 4 sessions. And for a person like me, sitting as a Vice Chancellor and was writing a strategic plan for the university, basically all the input that I have received perhaps will make my plan for the university much, much stronger as such. I'm beneficiary of basically today's 2 speakers, as rightly been pointed out by Roy Chaudhary. The Ayuka is basically situated on the campus of the University of Pune. In fact, I'm lucky. There are 4 such institutions. Ayuka is one among them. CDAC, in fact, the first supercomputer, in fact, took its birth on the soil of this particular campus. So CDAC, then Ayuka, NCCS, GMRT, and there is quite a sort of a collaboration that we have with all the 4 institutions as such. So there is a give and take that is happening among all the 4 institutes. The other person, although he was humble in saying that he is not associated with academics, but actually Dr. Anand Deshpande has been to a great extent a mentor to the university in its various basically different scheme that we are taking ahead. In the morning, I mentioned about the PKC, Pune Knowledge Cluster, wherein in fact, all of them, whether it is Ayuka, whether it is Deshpande sir, whether it is NCL, whether it is NCL Innovation Park, ISER, every one of us to a great extent are working together and doing an hand-holding. And there's a give and take that is happening among all the 4 institutions. And that is why basically this particular university has always been very vibrant. In fact, all the suggestions that are made today to a great extent would add to the basically benefit of this particular university. I am so grateful to every one of you, including Bhatt Saab, although probably doesn't remember, but I had been to his campus, I think 2 years before time, especially on the same topic, that is internationalization, wherein I was a participant as well as a panelist. And that is how I've seen like how a deemed university can to a great extent grow with a proper sort of a certain objective as such. So with this, all this, to a great extent, it was pleasure to listening to every one of you on all your suggestion. Lifelong learning has been the passion of Dr. Anand Deshpande. And in fact, the new education policy to a great extent promote that. There are multiple entry points and multiple exits. And that is what, in fact, we are trying to adopt in our various different faculty programs also. So with this, once again, I'm grateful to every one of you and thank you very much for joining and spending your valuable time and giving your valuable suggestions. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, sir. And with this, we come to the end of this particular panel. I formally thank Sangeet Varghese, Chamak Roy Chaudhary, Anand Deshpande ji, Vinod Bhatt. And with this panel discussion comes to an end. This was the 4th panel discussion that we had in the day. Now we move on to the last part of today's program, and that is the valedictory address that is coming from Dr. N.S. Umrani sir, who is the Pro Vice Chancellor of Pune University. Over to you, sir. Umrani sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Palkar Madam. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Karmalkar sir, Dr. Palkar sir, Dr. Palkar, our own registrar, Dr. Prafulla Pawar, all the respected panelists and friends. At the very outset, I must congratulate Dr. Palkar Madam and all the colleagues who have contributed a lot for organizing this very pertinent, very significant webinar on behalf of Savitribai Phule Pune University and AIU under UNESCO project. The whole discussion today was around international cooperation. Indeed, we all must agree that at this juncture, this pandemic has taught us many lessons, many things. And one important lesson is that we have to and we need to invest heavily in higher education as well as healthcare spectrum. New education policy announced by central government in the last year focuses mainly on managing the resources. But today's whole discussion and deliberation has given us number of insights, suggestions, even instructions in order to get the traction in the spectrum of higher education. As I said, we need to invest heavily in higher education. And it is obvious that governments today's situation may not be able to provide the funds fully for the purpose of teaching, learning, research, innovation, startup, outreach. And hence, in this situation, only alternative is that we have to go for cooperation, collaboration in many areas. When we talk of international cooperation in higher education, it encompasses many significant ingredients like not only funding, sponsorship, but research collaborations, joint projects, seminars, conferences, student exchange program, faculty exchange program, all those things are very, very essential and inevitable in today's situation. We are very lucky. Our university is headed by one of the outstanding researchers of our country, Dr. Karmalkar sir. In the last 4 years, he has shown the path to every faculty, every department, every college, every director, principal, how to go about in order to build the global competencies among the students. And through that, we may think of national development. This seminar has provided us many important insights for the purpose of bringing reforms, transformation in the area of teaching, learning, evaluation, research innovation, outreach programs, even how to take the benefit of best practices around the globe. And at the same time, we must learn how to manage the crisis using our resources. As Honorable Vice Chancellor has said rightly, he is in the process of writing the perspective plan for the university as a whole. Today discussion and deliberation will go a long way to add some important points and agenda and program in this perspective plan. After all, we need to think of learning deficit, where the shoe pinches, what are the drawbacks. When we come together, we collaborate, we cooperate. I think we start the journey of curtailing the learning deficit. That is very, very useful. The expectation from the industry, expectation from the society, that has to be met by the learning outcomes through higher education spectrum. I think this seminar has been highly successful. Once again, I congratulate Dr. Palkar Madam and her colleagues for organizing this very, very important, significant seminar on the campus. Thank you so very much.
Words today. With this, we come towards the end of today's program. I'll do the formal Thanksgiving here. We were all together only because of one reason, and that is AIU. AIU brought us all together here today, and on the mandate of AIU, we all gathered today to do this particular program where we had heavyweights. So my sincere thanks to Dr. Amrendra Pani, who's been there since morning and has been diligently sitting and listening to the whole deliberations that happened today. My wholehearted thanks to you, sir, for having chosen Savitribai Phule Pune University to conduct this particular workshop. And also to Professor Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, the Secretary General of AIU, who spoke very well from the perspective of context setting for this particular program for the whole day that we had. We had very eminent and powerful speakers. So there were about, as I mentioned to you in the morning, we had the fleet of about 21 powerful speakers who spoke, and various dimensions were brought on the table. And I'm sure that the report that would come out of this whole deliberation and the recordings that we have would really be the paper that India would get represented in the world. And I'm sure the report that we create, we will shortly share with all the speakers. My wholehearted thanks to Professor Aniruddha Pandit, Amit Das Gupta ji, Varun Sahni ji, M.R. Rao sir, Vinay Hebbar, Shobha Mishra Ghosh, Professor Varghese, Tanaya Mishra, Deepak Phatak sir, who actually sat through for the whole day, Ranjan Banerjee, Vidya Yarwadikar madam, we had Vinay Sahasrabudhe sir with us, Sangeet Varghese, Shaumak Rai Chaudhary, who is still with us today, Dr. Deshpande, and Dr. Vinod Bhatt. Thank you, all of you, for having spared your valuable time and contributed. It really made us feel very good because most of the speakers remained throughout the day, and I think it means a lot for whatever we have done today. I would fail in my duties if I do not thank my colleagues who were here all through the day. Professor Marani sir, Professor Karmarkar sir, who is the Vice Chancellor of the university, still managed to find so much time to be here for throughout the day. We had the registrar, Professor Praful Pawar sir, is also a professor of marketing management and the director for the School of Business here in the university. Thank you, Praful Pawar ji, for having been here. Professor Parag Kalkar sir, who has been the Dean of Management and Commerce, sat through the whole day today with us. From the bottom of my heart, I thank everyone, and we announce that the program is over.